Greensboro City Council. We are going to start tonight's meeting with a closed session. And Mrs. Abuzueter?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, would somebody read it?
Madam Mayor, move we go into closed session to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the Greensboro area, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved in second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We do intend to be back at 5:30. Thank you.
Welcome to Gate City Insider. I'm Rosemary Plyben. Did you resolve to get healthier in 2023? Maybe you've considered your eating habits or exercise. Did you take your mental health into account? It is just as important, maybe even more so at times. And today we're going to talk about ways to make it a priority for yourself and for your family. Deborah Mack is Behavioral Health Director for Guilford County. Welcome.
Thank you.
So glad to have you with us. I think when we talk about mental health, immediately people's minds kind of go to problems, right? But really mental health is just health, and we should be thinking about it all the time, not just if maybe something is wrong.
Yes, exactly. So it's that wellness. And how do you find that balance to stay on that wellness scale? You know, like your emotions, how do you keep your emotions in that check to where you're not going sadness and then you go into a depression? So wellness is keeping that happy medium and finding that balance to balance your emotions, to balance the stress of life, to balance your finances. Even that can bring that stress into your life.
Particularly now. Yeah.
So wellness is really finding that medium, and how do we stay there and stay at that steady state?
Okay, so that is the question. So how do we make it a priority? What kinds of things can we do? Like, what are some good daily habits really to make sure we're taking care of that wellness?
Yeah, so one, finding someone to talk to when you need to talk. Two, setting a routine. You know, sometimes people think a routine is something that's boring, but routine is truly something that can keep you on track, you know, and keep you moving in that right direction. And sometimes meditation, some people meditate. So there's a lot of different coping skills that we can develop and we can use that will help us manage our stress and manage our mental wellness. Eating right, drinking plenty of water, those things that also help that physical body also helps us mentally. So really learning how do we balance that? How do we balance the amount of stress that we take on? You know, one thing I always say, one good thing about maintaining your mental wellness is knowing how to say no, knowing where to set some limits and set some boundaries. And sometimes we have difficulty doing it, especially with families. So one, taking in those physical things that help us, like water and nutrition. Two, knowing when to say no and knowing how to set your boundaries and how to kind of develop a routine that's that best fits you and your situation.
Yeah, let's talk about routine for a minute, because I think that's a really important one. I mean, we have a routine. I have children, and so it's a certain time we get up. We all do breakfast at a certain time, brush your teeth. We make our beds. For me, I know a lot of people do things like put their wallet in order, with their bills and things like that. What are some things that you use that are just simple, easy things?
Just simple routines is one thing. I set my clock 30 minutes early.
Okay. 30 minutes before you have to go.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. 30 minutes before I have to be there. And that allows for those interruptions, because interruptions may come, especially working in the mental health field. I like to set 30 minutes before an appointment because interruptions are going to come.
Mm-hmm.
So, preparing for those interruptions. So think about what amount of time you need to allow for interruptions and then add that time into it. And that way the interruptions don't stress you out so much. So that's one thing that I do. I kind of pad my time. I pad my routine with extra time.
Right, but you have to be careful that you don't say, oh, I've got that extra 30 minutes. I'm going to hit the snooze button 3 times.
Yes, because that is attractive at some mornings, especially on a rainy, cold morning like
yeah,
this.
we've typically had a lot of these rainy, cold mornings recently. So we've been talking about wellness, but when is it time? How do you know you need to have a little checkup, or when you need to check in with somebody, or should you just be doing that on the regular?
Yes. Someone to talk to on a regular is a really good thing. I think, mental health and seeking mental wellness and taking care of me used to be a little bit taboo.
Yeah.
But now it truly is not. There's truly more support around. I have a therapist, or I have a counselor. I have someone that I can talk to, because we all need that at times. Sometimes life brings us things that I could just use somebody else's opinion on how to handle this and what would be the best course of action for this. So when you find that those coping skills we talked about aren't working anymore, maybe you've hit that snooze button for the last 3 weeks and you've just laid in bed, you haven't used those coping skills of, padding that time. So now it may be time to look for some professional help. Like, can I seek out a therapist or a counselor that can give me some different coping skills from what I have? So there's no set time. I always say when stress of life interrupts your ability to live, love, laugh, then it's time to seek some help. It's time to look for someone that you can talk to.
Yeah, if you haven't laughed in a while, if you're listening or watching right now and thinking, but I don't know when the last time I laughed is, that's maybe a good signal to you that something's going on.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What are some of the the red flags, though, that, it's really not time to wait. You need to go ahead and find somebody, or you need to make that call now.
Yes. So if you are feeling unusually sad for like 2 weeks or more, then it's time to seek some help, because that may be going into depression. Or if your anxiety is so much for you, you're isolating yourself in the house. So when you start to feel hopeless, helpless, and isolating, those are the times when you feel like, oh, well, there's no hope for me in this situation. Then it's time to get some help. Or I can't see any light at the end of the tunnel. Then it's time to seek help. So for every person, that time frame is going to be different. But when you notice that this is way out of the usual for me, or for family members saying, I'm noticing this and I'm noticing that, you have that support system, and they're around you to help you kind of stay in check. So those things, when you're noticing, if you can't notice it yourself, but you're hearing it from a lot of different people in a lot of different places, that stress is starting to show up. You can't get to work on time. You can't perform your job. You can't perform your daily routines. You can't get up out of bed and get the kids to school. So those things kind of start to affect your ability to live, love, and laugh. So really paying attention to that. And for each individual, it may be different when that time is, I may just need to rest a couple of more days and then I can get back on track. But if that doesn't happen, then it's time to seek some help to get back on track.
Yeah, and I like what you said, too, about, listening to those around you. If people are saying, you don't seem like yourself, or is everything okay, and you're hearing that over and over, that's another sign that, hey, even though I feel like maybe I'm okay, something has changed. Yeah. for sure. What services does Guilford County offer in the way of wellness and mental health?
Yes. So at the Guilford County Behavioral Health Center, there is a 24/7 walk-in urgent care. So when you think about urgent care for physical needs, this is an urgent care for mental health needs. So you can walk in if you're feeling depressed, if you're feeling like you're in a crisis, if you're anxious, if you're looking for services, you can walk into the urgent care any time of the day or night, and it is open. Also at that center, excuse me, we have a facility-based crisis for adults, which is a shorter length of stay. It's not quite inpatient, but you are there for 3 to 5 days at a time to kind of get a person stabilized and get them to that next level of care that they need, whether that be outpatient therapy, or it may be that you can't get that crisis stabilized in that time frame, so that person may need to elevate to an inpatient setting. So that service is there, and also outpatient services is there in that building. So you can get outpatient therapy, you can get medication management, you can attend groups, you can attend substance use groups and partial hospitalization groups.
All right, and also recently, just in the past 18 months or so, or a year, 988 came out. Tell us about that.
So 988 is that number that's easy to remember. When we think about 911, excuse me, when it came out, now we have 988. So you can call 988 for emotional support. You can call 988 when you're in a crisis. And what that number does is it will connect you with the services in your community and refer you to the place that you need to go next. Or like I said, if you just need someone to talk to. So 988, unlike 911, as kids we were told, don't you dial that number.
It
don't
better
you?
be an emergency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. In this case, it doesn't have to be an emergency. You can just need someone to talk to. And also with 988, you can text to that number also.
That sounds great, yeah.
Yes, because we know our young adults and our teenagers and adolescents, they like that texting. They would rather text than to make a phone call. So that option is there for them also.
And that 988, you can use it also if you just want to support someone and you don't know how to do it. I want to say, I'm worried about Deborah, and what can I do? And they can help connect you. Is that right?
Yes, and they can even give you some ways and some key ways, because sometimes when we offer help, it's not always received. Yeah. And it may be the way we offer it. So they can talk you through, well, how do you offer that? And one good thing is you can always try to get the person, I'm seeing this. What are you noticing? So if you get them to notice those things in themselves, they're more likely to receive that help and not feel like, oh, you're pointing your finger at me.
Oh, yeah. Well, we talked about all these. Guilford County has so many great services to help, to keep, to stay in good mental health. And then if you find yourself that you need some support, there's this there as well. But people are still going to be nervous about it. I mean, there still is some nervousness around it if you've not talked to somebody before, if you've never been to outpatient or inpatient. Can you kind of tell us what those different steps look like, what they might feel like so people kind of get an idea?
The one thing I love about the new facility is when you walk in, it is truly a open, well-lit, beautiful facility to where it doesn't feel stigmatizing. And the staff, the Guilford County Behavioral Health Center is the clinical staff there is employed by Cone Health. So those people have worked in the mental health field for a very long time. And so they know how to be therapeutic. They know how to be not stigmatizing with a mental health issue. So the ability to walk into a place that is open and receiving is what makes the difference. And truly, they're there to say, we're here to help you and to guide you. We're not here to lock you behind these doors or lock you up or take away your rights. That stigmatizing piece of mental health is truly going away. And I think as a county and as a nation, we're starting to see that we cannot stigmatize people. You cannot make people feel bad because they have a mental illness, because it's just like any other illness.
Right. Yeah. So when you sit down to talk to somebody, what does that often sound like?
So it's really about, okay, tell me what's going on and how can we help? How can we help you get to those next steps? So, really hearing their story, hearing what's going on with them, putting them at the center of this, because any help that we give has to be the help that that person wants. So, really making that an option. And these are your options. So truly making people feel like you have a choice in this. Like this is not something that we're going to force you to do, but we're here to help you make a choice as to what works for you best and how this would fit into your life. Because, there used to be a fear, well, if I go to a mental health hospital, maybe they're going to keep me there. Then what about my kids? How do I do this? How do I get that taken care of? So it's really considering the whole person, their support systems, and really helping them to the next step that they need to take.
No one size fits all.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and Deborah, I think that, just having you here, hearing your voice, hearing how you respond, that's kind of what it's like. I mean, you have somebody that is like Deborah, who's going to have this voice, this understanding, this listening, and that's what you're there to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Any one piece of advice you'd want to leave people with?
I would say whenever you feel like you need some help, you should never be ashamed to ask for help. We all need help at some point in time. And, and Gifford County has put these services out here. It was built for the community. So the opportunity for the community to come and say, oh, hey, I can take advantage of this. So when you need help, ask.
Yeah, it's here for it. That's what it's for. Deborah, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Don't forget, once again, 988 is the number to connect you immediately to services close to you, close to your neighborhood, exactly what you need, help you through your next steps, or if you're talking to somebody, help you to talk to them through their next steps as well. Well, mental health doesn't start at 18, of course. Mental health care, I should say, doesn't start when someone turns 18. Children and adolescents need care just like adults. And when we come back, we're going to learn more about services available for young people right here in Guilford County. So stay with us. Welcome back to Gate City Insider. Today our focus is mental health care, caring for your mind and your emotions when life is good and when things maybe aren't so good. Just like adults, children need mental health care and need to know that their mental health matters. Ashley Sparks is Executive Director of the Youth and Adolescent Facility-Based Crisis Center, Alexander Youth Network. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you being here. Let's start with how and when should parents or caregivers start talking to their children about wellness and mental health?
Absolutely. This is a conversation that should start as early as possible and be had as often as possible with little kids, obviously in age-appropriate ways. I think the more that we can help kids identify their emotions, that will help them later in life when they're struggling because they'll know how they're feeling. It's also really important to get little kids to understand how their emotions impact their body and how they feel, because that will also help a lot later in life. So I think parents, you can model good behavior, talk about your mental health, obviously, again, in age-appropriate ways, but start those conversations and be the model for your kid and show them what wellness looks like.
So let's start like when they're real little. Like what are some good words and phrases and like opportunities maybe with, the toddlers and the youngest children just learning to talk?
Yeah, they have lots of little books and pictures where you can identify like I'm happy and you have a smile, or I'm sad and that makes you cry. A lot of kids, especially in this day and age, anxiety have stomach aches and things like that. So kind of connecting that it's not a physical illness, but actually something that their emotions are contributing to, even as a toddler, I think is really important.
And then, of course, once you get into school, school-age children,
Right.
They start facing lots of other emotions and then dealing with other children.
Absolutely. And even in kindergarten nowadays, a lot of kindergarten teachers are incorporating mindfulness. So like being present in this moment with your body and the feelings. That's starting even in pre-K and kindergarten now. So teaching kids to be present with their emotions helps them be better and more social with their peers.
I read something just recently about, and I think we all do it. I know I did it with my kids. When they fall down and say, "You're okay, you're okay." and that is really counterintuitive because they're not okay.
Right.
And they're hurt. And so then you're giving their mind mixed messages. Like, so that you're okay thing is like, I want to suck it back in all the times I said it.
Right. Yeah, no, but acknowledging it's okay that you fell and you hurt yourself. It's okay to be upset about that,
Right.
I think.
I know it hurts.
Yeah, I know it hurts, but we can make it through. That kind of resiliency is what you want to build in your kids.
Yeah, really interesting. Okay, so what are some common issues that you see when wellness isn't being addressed as it should, or when things just get out of control for children and for teenagers?
Yeah, I think anxiety is a really big piece of the puzzle for adolescents right now. I think we've lost a year of socialization with the pandemic, and that is huge in terms of development. I think the APA even recently kind of backed down some developmental milestones for kids because of missing that year of socialization. So we are seeing a population of specifically teens that are more anxious, that are having a more difficult time kind of understanding their feelings. They're worrying a lot about the future and people that are around them. And then social media is kind of everywhere, and that causes a lot of identity issues, kind of self-esteem issues. So those are some of the biggest problems we're seeing kids face right now.
And what does that look like if you're in your child? That what you might not know to name it, or you might know that they're anxious, but what are the things that kind of it might show up as?
I think that we see kids that are very withdrawn. They tend to kind of go by themselves into their room, spend less time with their friends, spend less time with their family doing things that they enjoy. So that kind of withdrawn thing is what I would tell parents to look for.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned with little kids, but even bigger kids, the stomach aches,
Yeah,
headaches.
exactly. Yeah, stomach aches, headaches, not wanting to go to school, just really having a loss of desire to do normal age-appropriate things or things that they once used to like doing. Those are kind of key indicators that something's going on.
Yeah. So how do you know when it's time to do more to get help?
I think if your child's behavior has changed in any kind of big ways where they don't want to be around people, they don't want to go to school, they don't want to do the things that they've enjoyed, that's usually a really big indicator for parents to be like, hey, do you want to go talk to somebody? And it doesn't have to be super intense in the levels of care like facility-based crisis provides, but you can start very small.
Right.
So that's what I would suggest.
Okay, so how do you start very small, though, especially as a parent?
Yeah.
And, if you ask them and they're like, no, I'm good. No, I don't want to.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine.
Well, I think it's really important to know that mental health care has exploded lately, and there's lots of ways that kids can connect with mental health care. It can be texting, like Deborah said earlier, through the 988, or you can do telehealth where kids can stay in their rooms on their computers, which are kind of comfortable places for them, and speak to a therapist. There are lots, and beyond 988, there are lots of other resources where kids can text or chat online and talk that way. So I would always encourage parents to not give up, because there are so many different kinds of ways that mental health can reach your child. And even if you just start as a family practicing things like mindfulness, you can go on YouTube and Google mindfulness, and it will have a 5-minute breathing exercise. And that kind of helps families center themselves and kids center themselves so that they can kind of block out some of the noise and the chaos of what's going on and really focus on themselves and their wellness.
Yeah, I mean, that works. We do it at our house. When some of my kids will have trouble going to sleep, and we talk through kind of a meditation exercise. Okay, imagine you're on your beach, and can you hear the birds? Can you hear the ocean? And that really is calming for all of us. It puts me to sleep just about every time. I think what you're saying, too, is that trust your spidey sense a little bit. Like, if you feel like something's wrong, don't give up.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, and mental health is something that even if something's not wrong and you seek help, it doesn't hurt anything.
Right.
So I think there's nothing to lose. And yes, I believe in parent spidey sense.
Absolutely. Okay, so what services are available in Guilford County for children and teens?
Absolutely. So Alexander Youth Network specifically has a full array of services. So it kind of starts in the outpatient world, where that's where you can have telehealth, kind of talk to somebody on a computer or go into an office. But if those things don't work, there are things called community-based services, and there are lots of different kinds of those. But that's where you have a team of mental health professionals that kind of come into your family and work with not just your child, but your family too. Because I think that's an important thing for parents to understand. Sometimes when a child has mental illness, parents have to change how they do things and how they respond to things. And so the goal is to always try to keep the child in the home, in the community, out of kind of facility settings. But if it gets too much and your child it can't be safe in the home with their friends and with your family, there are options like facility-based crisis where a child can come and stay until they can keep themselves safe back at home.
Okay, so talk through a little bit. I think there's probably a lot of questions wondering if my child sees a therapist, talks to a therapist, how much of a window do I as a parent or caregiver have into that? What's allowed? What do I need to know? And where's that balance?
Yeah, so as a therapist, that is always one of the harder kind of balances to walk, because what the child and the therapist talk about is confidential and is private. I think it's really important to know that mental health workers will always loop parents in if it becomes something that's detrimentally impacting your child. I think there are a lot of ways to engage parents, and that mental health workers find a lot of ways to engage parents without betraying their child's confidence, but also saying, hey, so how does this work in the family? And kind of modifying things while still keeping the integrity of that confidential relationship, because it's really important for that child to feel confident that they can talk to someone and that it is private, and that they have that outlet. But it's equally as important to make parents aware of how things are impacting their child and things that they can change to make their child safe. So it's a balancing act, but I think that parents should trust that mental health workers will give them the information that they need.
I feel like I know the answer to this, but I know a lot of parents are going to say, how long? How long does this take? How long till I see improvements in my child? I want this to be better, Is there a schedule?
There really is not. And if I had any advice to give to any family that had a child that was struggling with mental illness, I would tell them that it's a slow process. Mental illness is something that will come back later in life too, as your life changes and as your experiences change. And what we try to do is give kids and families the tools necessary to kind of overcome the hurdles. And it is a very, very slow process. So I would again say, don't give up. If it's not working, absolutely talk to your treatment team about that. Like we said earlier, there are lots of different kinds of therapy. There are lots of different kinds of treatment. So I would encourage people to never give up, that there's always something else to try and to just keep on pushing through.
Okay, we've talked about that there's so much more talk about mental health and wellness now than there ever was. But I think there is still some stigma. There's still nervousness. I think for a child to say to somebody, no, I don't want to do that. That's not me. I'm fine.
Right.
I don't want anybody to know that I'm doing this. And maybe even for the parent to admit that there's something going on with their child, and maybe I'm not a good parent, or I've done something wrong, or what are they going to say about me?
Right.
So how do we kind of improve that?
I think having transparent conversations with people, not just in your own family, but your friends, the people in your church, the people that you see regularly, having conversations about mental health is kind of how you reduce that stigma. When kids and families see that, oh my gosh, this is something that happens with lots of different kinds of people, they're more willing to engage in treatment and be transparent about it.
We were talking earlier with Deborah about the urgent care for adults. Is there such thing for children too?
So the urgent care for adults also serves children, but what Alexandria Youth Network provides is a child and adolescent facility-based crisis. So what we're doing is addressing acute, kind of in-the-moment safety concerns for children that can't keep themselves or other people around them safe. Ours is a little bit longer than the adult side because they're kids, and it kind of sometimes takes more time. So we keep kids for an average of 12 days and really help them and give them coping skills so that when they return home, even if they have overwhelming feelings, it's less of a safety risk because we've given them skills to kind of combat that.
What do you want parents in watching most to understand about mental health care?
I want parents to know that it's not necessarily something that's gone wrong, because I think that's what a lot of parents feel. The world is really hard right now, and kids are feeling that just as much as adults are. So I think parents should know that there is hope always, that the first step in the journey is as important as the last, no matter how long it takes. So just take the leap into getting your kid help, because it will be worth it in the end.
Absolutely, and they will know. I mean, that you're on their side. It's just,
Absolutely.
Again, teaching them that, they have this circle of people around them to hold them up and to lift them up and to pick them back up when they fall down. So,
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just really appreciate it. I want to remind you about the mental health hotline. 988 is the number to call. If it's an emergency, if it's not an emergency, if you have a question, if you're worried about someone, if you want to talk to somebody, if you want to text to that number, 988 is a really easy way to do that, a really easy way to get connected to services in your community right away. It's just an easy thing to remember. And also, you can go to guilfordcountync.gov, just search mental health. It'll take you to their behavioral health page. You can find out more about all these services we've been talking about today. Really easy way to kind of get engaged, find out what's out there before you start making those phone calls, and so that you just know maybe where you can start with yourself, somebody you know, a friend or a loved one, and of course a child as well. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of your time with us today. That is our time. Until next time, have a wonderful day.
Inside the office building at 114 North Elm Street in downtown Greensboro, you'll find Zaytoon Mediterranean Grill. You'll come for the food. It's fresh, it's clean, it's organic, it's local, and you'll stay for the stories behind the food.
So I grew up in the Holy Land, so we are family oriented, meal is very important to us, So we gather and everybody around the table and we centered and we eat together and we chat and we lived in a very sustainable community and everything comes from within very small distance, everything local and everything is delicious. Since I'm health coach and I'm really health oriented about a lot of things, I try my best really to use the best ingredient to feed my customers because that's how I eat and I want my customer to eat healthy. So we focus on food as medicine in general. Our restaurant started in 2000 actually. I came to America in 1989 to finish my master. But for some reason we couldn't go back and I finished my master, but we stayed here. I had 3 children, so I have to do something and I never knew how to cook really. I went to college in Jordan University, finished my 4-year college and how I lived college life and all of these kind of things. Went to Kuwait. I taught in Kuwait for many, many years, came in 1989, so we started going to the farmer market. There, the seeds of Zaytoon started. And then I become very health-oriented. I went to Duke. I finished my health coaching. And we started the restaurant. Well, Zaytoon means in Arabic, olives. And it's kind of universal language. We chose that because in Spanish, as Zaytoon, and Hebrew, Zaytim, Arabic, Zaytoon. So it's kind of everybody will understand it. So it's olives. Jaddara, which is the rice and lentil pilaf with caramelized onion, is really very famous. We've been doing it, I'm telling you, for almost 20 years. And people like it. First of all, it's vegetarian, vegan, it's kind of universal. For people who want it to be vegetarian, it will be served with tzatziki. If it is vegan, with no tzatziki, it's been in our culture I grew up eating it, and it's delicious, it's good, we like it. We eat it either with plain yogurt or with cucumber, which is the tzatziki. We eat it with the cucumber and dill and all of these kind of things, or with salad, fine chopped salad. Again, everything we used to eat local, sustainable. So it's very famous back home and famous here, and people like it. The soup is called carrot lentil. It's one of the dishes we serve it here as Zaytoon. We use in our culture a lot of lentils because we grow it locally. and people use it. So this carrot lentil soup, they used to do it traditionally from the rainwater. So rainwater, it's for some reason, it has different flavor. Specifically, they've done it this way. The molds, we use them for ma'moul, and ma'moul, it has really very unique story because we use those molds around the celebration of after as a Palestinian, we have Muslim and Christian. So Muslim, they fast Ramadan and they celebrate, after they break Ramadan, the Eid al-Fitr. So in that tradition, we use, the ma'moul, and it's a dough. We make it and we mold it with those molds. And the Christian and Easter, the same thing they do. So it's very, around that time of the celebration, traditionally long time ago, because it's a small communities, not very big and not many cars and stuff like this. So you were sitting in somewhere in your neighborhood, where in your house, and all the neighbors, they gather and they do, the mamul, and all you hear is just like those malls, it's just like tick, tick, tick. They just like, it's a very beautiful memory. Those malls, very specific, and it's really very unique. I look at food as food is very spiritual also. If you put love into food and you serve it people like it. Feel it. So it's, we use pure ingredient, and people, for many years they've been eating it and sensing it. So I take pride about our philosophy and about our cooking and all of this kind of things, people sense and use and like. So we've been doing it for almost 20 years now.
Trey was a very well-mannered young man, a grandson that really, really loved his grandmother.
He was a good kid, and in a lot of ways I was one of his favorite aunts because he was very intelligent, and he thought I had the answer to everything that he didn't know. It was always Aunt Nisa know.
His life really spoke for him. He was so many things. He was sweet. He could sing. Yeah, he was a lot of things to a lot of people.
He was very likable. He had the biggest smile I ever seen. I just loved to see him smile. He didn't talk much. He was a very quiet person, but he was a good boy.
He was a good child, strong-willed. He was everything. He was love.
May 12th, 2019, Greensboro officers responded to near the intersection of South Elm Street near Whittington Street to the Mill. And the Mill is a special event center that people can rent out to host private events. I arrived as lead detective there at about 3 a.m. On a triple shooting. I was informed that 1 was critical and 2 were stable at Moses Cone Hospital. Some had been transported by private vehicle, some by EMS. Travis Hawkins, young African-American male, potentially a student or had just graduated from North Carolina A&T, along with a friend of his, were sustained multiple gunshot wounds, as well as a female victim who also had recently graduated from A&T has sustained multiple gunshot wounds in her lower leg.
I remember the ride. There was the longest ride. Nobody would tell us anything in the hospital. And then to get here and hear that your baby didn't make it. No parent, no mother, no family should ever need to experience that. Never, it should never happen.
When I got there, I learned that this was a private event through an affiliate of North Carolina A&T State University, that a shooting had occurred in the parking lot of the business. This is after some type of verbal dispute with some people in the parking lot, and we have multiple gunshot victims, and we do have a vehicle potentially related that fled the scene at a high rate of speed. Witnesses stated a green Dodge Charger or Challenger had fled the scene at a high rate of speed. And as a detective, you don't know if this is going to be a suspect vehicle or is this someone else just fleeing the scene as a result of multiple gunshots. So we had to take it for what it's worth as an investigative lead only.
The thing about his death, it was totally shocking. Anytime, death is nothing that God designed for us to have to go through. But because of what man done, we now live in that we have to all experience death, but for a life to be taken. I can only imagine what my brother and Angie must be continually going through.
Unbelievable what it can do for you if you let it. Speaking in a negative sense, but we're trying to hold our heads up.
To have to experience that and to not have justice. We're living in a generation where people can't talk out their problems. The gun is the answer to their solutions, and I don't know what can be done. As a people, we have to learn to communicate. If you don't like me, that don't mean you go to your vehicle and you're going to shoot me. But that's what this time and age is. So we just know that Trey, he went a way that he didn't have to go.
It affected so many other people's lives, not just mine and Keith's, but his sister, his brothers, nephews, cousins, aunts, uncles, our whole family too. You know, families on both sides have been affected.
It's got to be someone or someones that know and have information. And they may be fearing for their life. But as she said, you all have an anonymous line. We just encourage anyone that has any information to please come forward and let justice be served for Trey.
Reliving that night, you never forget. You don't forget the emotions. I remember what my body was doing that night, my nerves, the feeling in my stomach, and just all the way here, trying to just block out those things, but it's there. That's what happened.
What I would say, they saying somebody knows something, and they do, and I know you do, and they're not saying anything. And some of these somebodies, it's not just who was at the function.
Instrumental in obtaining a governor's award for the case. That's a special circumstance that certain homicide cases are able to receive the governor's award, and it's also another way to entice people who have knowledge of the crime to please call Crime Stoppers to provide that information. Always think that if you do know information, please think of it from the perspective of Trey's parents and how that would help them, not necessarily thinking about it from the police perspective.
You know something, just say something. I know you have anonymous lines that people can call and just leave tips or whatever. No tip is too small, anything. Just please say something and put the guns down.
We are all aware of the importance of water and how it moves. From the highest points of land, it moves downstream, through streams and rivers, eventually making its way to the sea. Cities like ours collect and treat this resource so it can be used safely by all residents. But this water does not belong to us alone. Once it's been used, it's collected again, treated, and released back into those same rivers and streams, which take it downstream to our neighbors and other towns and cities who depend on it just as much as we do. The City of Greensboro Water Resources collects and treats as much as 11.9 billion gallons per year. Take a moment to think about how you use water daily. When we take showers, we use soap, shampoo, and other products. When we wash dishes and our clothes, we use detergent. Most of what we use water for at home, aside from drinking and cooking, require that we add some product to it. Any personal care products, cosmetics, hair treatment, things that you wash off, all end up in the wastewater that is treated and sent to our neighbors, who use the water for the very same things. It's important that we consider the safety of our downstream neighbors as we use water in our city. By being aware of the types of products we are using, we can avoid the buildup of harmful byproducts. For example, 1,4-dioxane, which is a byproduct of a manufacturing process called ethoxylation, is found in many common household products. This organic chemical is one of many found in trace quantities in both ground and surface waters throughout the U.S. Uses and sources of 1,4-dioxane include industrial solvent stabilizer found in paint strippers, varnishes, soaps, makeup and personal care products, antifreeze, etc. It also exists as an unintended byproduct in manufacturing and recycling of certain plastic and polyester products. Because 1,4-dioxane is a byproduct of the manufacturing process, it's not listed on the label of household products. Read the label of any product that generates suds. Try to avoid chemicals ending in ETH, for example, sodium lauryl sulfate, as well as products that have chemicals ending in oxanol and PEG. Often these chemicals are found in things like laundry detergents, shower gels, and personal care products that create suds. Paints, dyes, waxes, and grease can also contain these chemicals. You can look for unfragranced Castile soaps, or wording like USDA organic and made safe as alternatives. For more information about these alternative products, you can visit the Environmental Protection Agency website at www.epa.gov/saferchoice/products. The City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department has been investigating sources of 1,4-dioxane within the city's sewer collection and wastewater treatment facilities since 2015. Considerable progress has been made, and the department continues to work proactively with local industries through the Industrial Pretreatment Program. Greensboro has a long and strong working relationship with NCDEQ and appreciates its guidance and assistance in our efforts. Through these partnerships, the city fully commits to developing a management strategy to further reduce the release of 1,4-dioxane into waterways that may potentially impact downstream communities who rely on the Hall River and Cape Fear River for their source water. For more information, please visit the City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department online at greensboro-nc.gov/water.
When is chaos a good thing? When it's women's professional basketball. And Greensboro is home to a women's professional basketball team, the Chaos.
Shatrina Smalls is the founder, owner, and head coach of the Greensboro Chaos. All right, tell me your story. I know you played ball as a little girl, like lots of sports though, right?
Yes. I played a lot of sports. I started playing basketball around 10, and I just fell in love with the sport and knew it was something that had to be a part of my life for the rest of my life.
So you played ball in college, but then you got hurt.
Yes, I had a shoulder injury, and because of the shoulder injury, that kind of messed up my playing career. And around 22 years old, I picked up coaching.
Yeah. So, and actually, you said a coach actually saw the coaching ability in you before you had any idea that would be your path.
Yes, my head coach, Rodney Copeland, rest in peace. He used to tell me, "You see the game much differently than regular basketball players, and you're going to be a much better coach one day than you are a basketball player." So He seen something in me before I even knew it existed.
Fast forward, you're here in Greensboro working for the city, and some friends say, you know, you should think about bringing professional women's basketball to Greensboro. And you thought,
you all are crazy. How am I going to start it? Because I don't have any money, right? But they persisted, and they continually asked me, and I seen that they wanted it, and I knew that I can do it. So I took a leap of faith and started a team.
so you started in 2019, and how did you do that?
So I had to establish a name and work up a logo. And then Amber Cook, who's one of our players and captain, she's from Greensboro, so she has a lot of connection with different women players. And she began to reach out to different people. I began to reach out to other resources.
2019, you got the team together, you got all this funding, you started, and then you couldn't even play a single game because of the pandemic.
It was a big surprise, but it gave us the opportunity to integrate ourselves into the community. It gave us an opportunity to give back with a Twain coat drive, donations to the IRC, and just really get our footing before we jumped out there and had our first season.
You did get to have a first season a year later and actually get on the court. What was the community response to seeing the team and these athletes, these female athletes?
The community response was much greater than what I thought. I thought maybe we'll have like 10 fans in the stand, but people showed up. We had season pass holders. Our first year out, never even seeing the ladies play, but we had people who just like supported us off of blind faith, and we had a great turnout our first season. And ever since then, some of the fan base has followed us since then for the last 3 seasons, and it's much bigger than what I've ever really thought that we would have.
Explain what it means to have a women's professional sports team in Greensboro, this size city.
It's beyond what I could imagine or even words that I can think of, just because I never thought I would be in this position. So it's much greater than my wildest dream, right? And then to do it in a city that I'm not necessarily from. I'm from New York and New Jersey, and to be able to come down here and fall in love with the city of Greensboro and say, this is where I want to plant roots, and this is where the Chaos is going to plant roots at. It's much bigger than what I ever would have thought.
This is really bigger than basketball for you.
It is. Our saying with the team is more than basketball. So we have a charitable branch called Chaos Cares. It's about giving back, making sure that our players have a home. It's about making sure the young ladies who come to the games and watch us play know that they can do it. Internship opportunities, coaching opportunities behind the scenes. We like to just give back.
Young fans, little girls who are watching the team, what do you want them to get out of this?
I want them to get that anything is possible. I tell my players on the court, you could be as fierce as you want to be, because that's going to translate to your life, right? So I feel like what we do on the court translates to the office and into our families. Like, because one day as a woman, right, we're going to have to negotiate a salary, and we're not going to be able to just hold back on that, right? Because we're women, we know what that feels like. So I want them to take the same passion into their workspace, into their homes, into their families, and do what they do best, right? Don't stifle your voice here on the court. Don't stifle your voice in real life. I want the young ladies to see that you could be fierce, you still could be a lady, you could still play ball, you still could be tough, tumble, all of those things. I want them to walk away feeling like ladies come in all different shapes, sizes, and attitudes, right? And walk in it, be confident in it.
All right, you might normally see her on the court. This is Analza Jordan, Tweet, as you probably know, our shooting guard. Hello.
How are you today?
So good. Okay, what made you come to the Chaos? What interested you in it?
Just hearing so much about how she loves like women empowerment and just wanting to give things back to the community, especially when it comes to younger females. So after getting invited out, I did my own research on the history of the team and just what her passion is about, and it kind of touched me and what I'm about as well. And I got invited to try out. I just seen it as a great opportunity, and I'm so grateful that I made the team and just proud to put on for my city.
What do you like about this team?
The energy is so loving. You know, everybody's just welcoming, and of course the wins. You know, we're all pretty great. It's just a really great family. I just came into this family not too long ago, but they embraced me with such great arms. It feels amazing.
And it's got to be fun.
It is definitely fun. It's a great time.
And seeing the fans and the little girls. We keep talking about these other girls who are looking at you as role models. What's that like?
It's great. When we were growing up, there wasn't too many, you know, it was a lot of older guys that helped us get there. But now that we're older and we see younger girls more and more wanting to play basketball, it really warms my heart, you know, and the fact that I'm able to be there and help them on that journey, it just means so much more.
Danny White is a shooting guard for the Chaos. What brought you to the Chaos?
Honestly, my coach, she found me in the midst of playing at this league at Barber Park, and I honestly didn't even know about the Chaos until she came up and she approached me asking if I played, and I was just like, okay, sure. So she asked me to come out for tryouts. I wasn't able to make it, unfortunately, due to being out of town. And then she reached out to me via social media, asking if I was still interested. And when I got the message, I was like, yeah, like I'm down.
Did you think you would have an opportunity to play professional basketball?
I honestly did not. I had offers to play in college, but I didn't take them due to, you know, they just didn't have the major I wanted at the schools. So after that, I was just like, well, you know, maybe it's over for me. So when Coach found me, it was just like, wow, like God's still working in mysterious ways.
So what is it like to be on the court with these strong professional women who are at the top of their game?
I love it, like every bit of it. I love the environment. I love being around women who are trying to better you while they're bettering themselves. Like, I feel like that's what makes sports better. Like, when you're around people who are passionate about what they're doing, and then they're trying to push you to be a better version of yourself too. So,
what's your dream?
My dream, honestly, is just to be a successful Black woman. Like, whether I'm doing something I love, whether I'm helping people, it's just to be successful all around.
Are you doing what you love right now?
Yes, I am. Like, I love playing basketball. I model on the side, and I love both of them. So,
want to find out more, try out for the team, or go to a game? Go to GreensboroChaos.com.
waiting for the City Academy graduates to come up. To the Tuesday, December 5th meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I do need a motion to return into open session.
Motion to return to open session.
That was moved by Mrs. Abuzawaiter, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes 8-0. I do need a motion to excuse Mrs. Hightower. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And Mrs. Hightower is absent tonight because she is enjoying her new granddaughter, Skylar Brielle. And so we wish her lots of happiness and health. And she's probably watching. So, hey, Sharon. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. People wishing to speak must sign up by 6 o'clock by using the QMinder kiosk just outside the council door. Please see the courier if you need any assistance. Please silence any electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mr. Holston, would you lead us in the pledge? Thank you. We welcome speakers to address council on specific agenda items. During the first meeting of the month, time is dedicated for speakers to address council on non-agenda items. We do have a number of people signed up to speak this evening on a variety of subjects. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes for comments. At this time, all speaker handouts should be provided to the city clerk or the courier to distribute to council. Speakers should not approach the dais unless invited by council. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. In order to maintain a safe space for all speakers, member of the audience, or speakers from the podium who intentionally disrupt the meeting or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, they will be removed from the meeting. That person will be suspended from in-person participation for 3 months. In order to preserve their right to free speech, they can attend virtually by Zoom, by phone, or by email. It is the goal of the City Council that this chamber is a welcoming space and that our residents feel empowered to bring issues of concern before their elected officials. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. All meeting attendees are expected to respect speakers and council deliberations. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the mayor will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda for items G1 through G7, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single item, with one single vote, to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the January 16th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Council is being requested to remove item G2, which is a resolution for first approval of the franchise agreement between the City of Greensboro and Ripple Fiber for encroachment into the city right-of-way beneath various locations. Can I have a motion to remove that item? So moved. Second. Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 8-0. This is the time for our ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution to honor the late Mildred Enos Ray McLean, and that will be read by Dr. Wells and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution to honor the late Mildred Enos Ray McLean. Whereas on October 5th, 2023, the community lost an outstanding community meeting member with the passing of the late Mildred Enos Ray McLean. Whereas Mildred Enos Ray McLean was born in Lillington, North Carolina on June 8, 1934, graduated from Shawtown High School, now Lillington High School, and went on to earn a Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education from then Fayetteville State College. It's now Fayetteville State University. Whereas Ms. McLean continued her studies at the University of Alabama, North Carolina Central University, and North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. Whereas Ms. McLean taught in the public school systems of Lillington, North Carolina, Goldsboro, North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, and Montgomery, Alabama. Whereas Ms. McLean understood civic responsibilities as she participated in the civil rights marches in the early 1960s. Whereas when her husband was appointed to the historic Old Ship AME Zion Church in Montgomery, Alabama, Mrs. McLean started the church's first Head Start program in the church basement. Whereas with a passion for spiritual formation of children, Mrs. McLean devoted a 24-year career with the United Daycare of Greensboro. She served as a teacher at Metropolitan Daycare and retired as the director of Ray Warren Daycare Center.
Whereas Mrs. McLean served as a local BUDS superintendent, led the Victoria Richardson Missionary Society, and coordinated the annual Kitty Cotillion fundraiser for many years. Whereas Ms. McLean also served as a district BUD superintendent and as the immediate past president of the Greensboro District Women's Home and Overseas Missionary Society. Whereas her passion for children was also manifested in her work in the Christian Education Department of Trinity AME Zion Church, where she served as a Sunday school teacher, children's director, vacation Bible school director, and hosted Easter egg hunts. Whereas Mrs. McLean was consecrated as a deacon and was a member of the Sanctuary Choir, Gospel Choir, and the Women's Chorus. Whereas Ms. McLean served as a class leader, Girl Scout leader, a life matron of the WH and OMS, was a member of the Music Committee and the Half Century Club of Trinity Church, and in 2013 was inducted into the Livingston College Hall of Fame. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to express its sense of loss and offer its condolences to the family and friends of Mildred Enos Ray McLean. The legacy she leaves will be remembered by the residents of Greensboro, and that a copy of this resolution shall be given to the family of the late Mildred Enos Ray McLean as a symbol of the gratitude of the City of Greensboro for her contributions in this community.
Thank you. That was moved by Dr. Wells and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0.
Yeah, there's some members from the family, and someone may want to come and make remarks. And we'll present this to the family.
This is family. On behalf of the McLean Collins family, we would just like to thank the City Council for acknowledging our dear mother, Mildred Enos Ray McLean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McLean was our neighbor for over 50 years. We all lived in the same neighborhood, Mayor Pro Tem and I. So we miss our neighbor. She was an outstanding person, loved the Lord, loved people, worked entirely with children and members of the church. So I know Trinity misses her, and we miss her in the Kings Forest neighborhood.
And could sing, too.
Thank you. We will move on to item E2, which is a resolution proclaiming December 10th as St. John's Lodge number 12 Day, and I have the honor of reading this. Whereas December 10th, 1873, in the city of Charlotte, Grand Master James W. Hood awarded St. John's Lodge with a charter that made it the 12th Prince Hall Masonic Lodge in the state of North Carolina. Whereas St. John's Masonic Lodge was birthed out of the Lodge of Greensboro, which held meetings in a small building with a wood stove in the center, just yards away from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. Whereas during the time of segregation, a letter was sent to the mayor of the city of Greensboro. It was sent by our worshipful master during that time in history, Thus far, it is one of the most powerful pieces of information discovered. In just a few words, it demonstrates the power of Masonry and the definition of our purpose in life. And now, there be it resolved by the City of Greensboro that December 10th, 2023 will be proclaimed as St. John's Lodge Number 12 Day and commend this day of observance to our residents, and that a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to Justin Washington as a symbol of acknowledgement of the impact of the St. John's Masonic Lodge Number 12 in the City of Greensboro, adopted this 5th day of December 2023. And I would like to move that item. Seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
You put it on.
I imagine that'll pass 8-0. Justin was unable to be here this evening, but I understand that there are representatives who may wish to speak, and I would like to present them with this resolution.
Mayor and City Council members and this esteemed body, we are members of St. John's Lodge, St. John's Masonic Lodge Number 12, located right here in Greensboro. The tenets of Masonry teaches us that man's first duty is to love God, to seek his guidance through prayer. He is to extend charity, provide sympathy to mankind, shield and support widows and orphans, defend virtue, respect the aged, honor the bonds of friendship, protect the helpless, lift the oppressed, restore dignity to the rejected, and respect the laws of government and be a steward of morality. December 10th marks 150 years of service in the community dating back to December 10th, 1873. Those years of service are extraordinary. However, it is also important to note that St. John's Lodge Number 12 is a fraternal organization comprised of all African American men. Putting into perspective what 1873 looked like through the eyes of our brothers, the Emancipation Proclamation was only 10 years old. The Civil Rights Act was only 6 years old. Ulysses S. Grant was President of the United States. Schools and water fountains and restrooms were still segregated. Susan B. Anthony had just voted for the first time. And in addition, in August of 1873, Bennett College was founded as a school for African American men and women that offered both high school and college level courses for free men and former slaves. These men of our very own lodge had to be nothing more than extraordinary. The letter that was mentioned by the mayor, that was written by one of our previous leaders, read as follows. Mayor of Greensboro, David Sheck, our prayers are no longer that white people will recant and open the gates of freedom, but rather that God will guide us in every step in the march of justice. Make no mistakes about it, we believe that God is on our side. He will enable us to bear all hardships, trials, and tribulations, and yes, even death itself, for what is life without liberty. We are the brothers of St. John's Masonic Lodge Number 12 and are fortunate enough to share this rich history. We give special thanks to all who have contributed to our past accomplishments within the community, and thank you, City Council of Greensboro, for honoring this historic organization on this 5th day of December. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will now move on to item E3, which is a resolution honoring Cedar Grove Tabernacle of Praise 100 years milestone, and that will be read by Mrs. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas in 1923, the ministry of Cedar Grove Baptist Church was formed by 8 neighbors of the Terracotta community in Greensboro, North Carolina. This significant milestone marks a century of devotion, spiritual richness, and community impact. Whereas the founders, leaders, and members of Cedar Grove Tabernacle of Praise have diligently worked together to create a sanctuary of unity, love, and hope. Each pastor has contributed to the development and spiritual well-being of the church. Whereas Cedar Grove Tabernacle of Praise has been a source of inspiration and guidance, providing love and compassion towards the youth and young adults for generations. Whereas the church has served as a place of worship, offered assistance and servanthood as a beacon of light with missions locally and abroad. Whereas the congregation has celebrated moments of joy, comforted in times of sorrow, and grown in faith and fellowship over the course of a century. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to recognize all who have contributed to the growth and impact of Cedar Grove Tabernacle of Praise over the past 100 years, that a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to the pastor and congregation as a symbol of the gratitude of the residents of the City of Greensboro for contributions in the community and across the city, adopted this 5th day of December 2023. Move the resolution.
Second.
And I believe that that Jackie Perkins is here to receive this.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jacqueline Perkins. I am the former church administrator of Cedar Grove Tabernacle of Praise. We're located at 612 Norwalk Street in Greensboro. Our pastor is Overseer J. Troy Blackwell, and I'm standing in his honor. He couldn't be here tonight, but he wanted to thank each and every one of you for this resolution that you so highly gave to us. We did celebrate 100 years. We had a banquet on December 1st at Castle McCulloch Crystal Garden. We had a musical featuring all the choirs of Cedar Grove, which was 5 choirs. And then we had worship service on Sunday that included all the founders' members. We had 8 founders, and each one of their members or family members attended the ceremony. So thank you again for this resolution.
Yeah, I would just like to say that this church, and Yvonne, you have been, and maybe Goldie too, to the Terracotta celebrations. It's always Labor Day weekend. Mary Kay, you might have been there in the past too. But it was really a coming together of the community, and this community has a wonderful history, and obviously a 100-year history in the city of Greensboro. So it's wonderful to help celebrate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now move on to item E3, which is a resolution to adopt the 2024 City of Greensboro Equity Calendar, and that will be read by Mrs. Abuzawader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a resolution to adopt the City of Greensboro 2024 Equity Calendar. In January, we have Volunteer Day of Service, right around the Martin Luther King holiday. It will be January 15th, 2024. February is African American Black History Month. Also during February is National Caregivers Day, which is on February 16th, 2024. March is National Women's History Month. And also in March we have International Women's Day, which is March the 8th, 2024. We have National Employee Appreciation Day, which is on the first Friday in March. In April, we have National Take Our Daughters and Sons to Work Day. That will be April 25th, 2024. In May, we have Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, Older Americans Month, National Military Appreciation Month, and National Diversity Day, which will be every year on May 21st. In June, we have the LGBTQ History Month, Juneteenth celebration, Caribbean American Heritage Month. In July, we have National Disability Independence Day. In August, we have Women's Equality Day. On August 5th is Cultural Exchange Day. And in September and October, we have Hispanic Heritage Month, Greensboro Pride, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and Global Diversity Awareness Month. Also, Indigenous Peoples Day, World Mental Health Day, and in November, we have National American Indian Native American Heritage Month. We have International Men's Day, which will be November 19th, 2024, Transgender Awareness Week, Transgender Day of Remembrance, and in December, we have International Day of Persons with Disabilities. That is an annual observance and will be on December 3rd, 2024. And this resolution is to be adopted by the City Council of the City of Greensboro on the 5th day of December 2023.
And that is moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Now it is the time for us to recognize our City Academy graduates.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, members of council, city managers, and distinguished guests. My name is Gary Canapino with the Community Relations Office, where I have had the privilege of overseeing the 18th Greensboro City Academy program. During the past 12 weeks, the participants have visited many different city facilities, as we saw in the video, and participated in a variety of experiences that have offered insight into the inner workings of the city. Isabel Gill and Shatrina Smalls, also from the Community Relations Office, have been instrumental in conducting this program. And would you both please step forward? Mayor Vaughn and Mr. Manager, would you also please join us? At this time, I would like to ask the City Academy participants to stand for a moment so the cameras can see you, and then move to the aisle against the window. When I call your name, please come forward. Tyler Beal. Scott Kolklischer. Anna DeLeon. Nia Flowers. Keisha Haddon. Jennifer Hill. Britt Jackson. Andy Mendez. Sydney Montgomery. Nang Nay. Hannah Pumphrey. Deborah Richardson. Nick Ritchie. Evelyn Rodriguez. Jennifer Rupp. Bob Shepagrill. Cheryl Sims. I'm going to call Aaron and Kentia Smith at the same time. Samuel Vaughn. And Abria Vodnecker. The departments and staffers who participate make City Academy a huge success. Again this year, some stood out from the rest. At the end of the program, our participants were given the opportunity to select their favorite learning experiences, one from the large departments and one from the small. Departments engage in friendly competition each year to earn one of these awards. And Shatrina will join us here.
Congratulations.
Mayor and Mr. Manager, would you remain in place?
Weekly surveys were completed anonymously in order to recognize our favorite learning experiences. Those sessions kept the participants focused and contained valuable information. As I call the department's names, please stand. The winner of our favorite learning experience large department is Field Ops. For this presentation was Roadways, Recycling, and Right-of-Way. Director Marriott, would you please come accept your award? The winners of the favorite learning experience for small department and division is Transit. Director Mason, would you please come accept the award? Congratulations to each of the winners. You worked hard, it showed, and the class loved it. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. At this moment, I would like to introduce you to Britt Jackson and Scott Colclasher. They will address council with some remarks on behalf of the City Academy class.
Greetings, council, chamber, salutations to the city of Greensboro. I want to share a quick story in reference to how I got into the City Academy. And my mother and I owned a few rental properties in the city of Greensboro, Glenwood to be exact. We had a backyard swamp issue, and I ran into City Councilwoman Hightower, and she gave me some direction because she's like, I can't fix your problem. We thought field operations would be who we would talk to, and many different other phone numbers that we tried to reach, and she did everything she could. What we realized is that it's the owner's responsibility, even though there was a waste drain in the backyard, and we wanted the city to pay for something, help us get this swamp. We want to use our backyard. But it's the owner's responsibility. And so she also gave me some advice to have a better understanding of being a homeowner in the city of Greensboro, and that was to get into City Academy. And it's been a blessing. It's been an awesome opportunity for resource, and we truly appreciate it, and it gave us some insight. So we acknowledge that it's owner responsibility as a homeowner, as a community. We know also that there's some work to be done as a community, but we do ask for your help, and we ask for your help to get that word out. This information is resourceful. I do believe as a public entity, you don't have as much access to the media, the different television opportunities to put this information out there, but we would like to work together and get that done. So I think some of my colleagues plan on joining the boards and commissions and participating more, because that was part of the objective, right? That was what we wanted to do, was to get involved. So step by step, I say thank you. Thank you, colleagues, class members. I love y'all. And thank you all to the public that participated. Scott?
Good evening, Council. Here are 3 questions for you to consider. First, how well do you know city employees? Gary, Isabel, and Shatrina worked tirelessly through long evenings to ensure that every arrangement for our session was just right. Behind them, however, was a host of city employees who welcomed us and shared not only their knowledge, but also their enthusiasm for what they do. And while we learned how 100,000 street signs are maintained and experienced quick decision-making on a virtual firing range and threw garbage bags into a truck and learned about GSO 2040, to mention only a few activities, what impressed us most behind the facilities and the technology was the quality of the people. They are the city's most valuable resource. Second, how well do you know us? Not very, understandably. You see some of our diversity just by looking at us. Less obvious is what we do. We confront homelessness and the need for affordable housing. We work as operations supervisors, realtors, business owners, media specialists, translators, accountants, fundraisers. The nonprofits we are part of care about historical preservation, science and education, equity, inclusion and political action, community outreach, and the needs of refugees and immigrants. We work, and those of us who are retired from work continue to be involved in city affairs. There's even political ambition among us. Our group's diversity has been a strength, allowing us to learn from different perspectives and represents Greensboro at its best. Last, how well do you understand what you have done with City Academy? Transparency in government is a value widely praised but difficult to execute. Simply look at the logistics required to make this program work. Less often recognized, however, is the risk involved in openness. You indeed foster a more enlightened citizenry, but doing so also equips constituents to ask hard and pointed questions about why things are as they are and whether they can be made better. And yet democracy, a risky undertaking in itself, will not thrive in any other environment. For taking that risk by your support of City Academy, with the opportunities it provides and the challenges it presents, we thank you.
Thank you.
We want to echo what Scott said. We want to thank all staff, our partners that make this happen. Thank you to the City Manager's Office, the department directors. I also want to thank all the City Academy participants. You have all demonstrated a genuine concern for Greensboro, and we get a lot of reward for seeing that. We want to challenge you to share what you learned and make an impact in our community. Thank you for your time, City Council.
I don't know if they had an opportunity to visit community relations and to really see what Isabel, Gary, and Shatrina do. They have really tough jobs because chances are when people are calling them, they're not happy. And so I think a really big round of applause needs to go to us out in so many instances, and I want to publicly say thank you.
I want to publicly say congratulations to each and every one of you who are seated in these chambers today, because I sat in that same seat many, many moons ago. So
I was in City Academy and truly, truly enjoyed it. I still, at that time, was not even thinking about running for city council. But once you start learning about all of the different departments and how much it takes to go into and do all of the things just to have your garbage picked up, just to have the finances straight, just to know what the police officers do, just to know what the fire department does. And you look at that, and when you sit in those seats, you've been there for a brief moment, of course, but you've been there. And I see several faces, I won't call you out, who told me over the years, I'm going to take the City Academy, I'm going to take the City Academy, and now I see them in the City Academy, and I am just thrilled. So thank you all so very much for taking your time to want to learn more about your city. Thank you.
Well, and we do look forward to hearing from you as you fill out the boards and commissions. So thank you for your future volunteerism. Mr. Manager, do you have a manager's report?
None.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I would like to ask, we're going to kind of turn over the council chamber right now. If we could allow those exiting to exit before people try to come in. Yeah. Oh, no. Good evening. It is good to see an open house, a full house. Now is the time for our public comment. I do want to remind people of the protocol for speaking at City Council. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. In order to maintain a safe space for all speakers, members of the audience or speakers from the podium who intentionally disrupt the meeting or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, they will be removed from the meeting. That person will be suspended from in-person participation for 3 months. In order to preserve their right to free speech, they can attend virtually by Zoom, phone, or email. It is the goal of the City Council that this chamber is a welcoming space and that our residents feel empowered to bring issues of concern before their elected officials. This is the time for speakers from the floor on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity to hear from anybody wishing to speak. Generally, this is a time of listening for counsel. The subject will be noted, and if requires action or a request, the city manager will note such and provide steps for any required response or after action. Please leave your contact details with the clerk to facilitate communications. We do have 47 speakers signed up tonight. We would ask that you do not repeat the same items over and over again, but to bring new items to our attention. What I plan to do is to call people who are here not to talk about the ceasefire resolution so they don't have to sit through the whole meeting. I think once we get those out of the chamber, that'll give us a little bit more space. We might take our quick break then, because if the meeting goes longer than 7:30, we need to take a break for our closed caption. And we've got 47 people at 3 minutes apiece, so we're going to go past 7:30. So we'll take the speakers who have signed up first regarding issues not on the ceasefire. We will take a break, and then we will come back and hear the rest of our speakers. So as I call your name, please make your way to the window side of the chamber so we don't waste time people coming in and out, understanding that our first couple names. And I'm going to have trouble with some names this evening, and I hope that you'll give me a little bit of grace. I'm trying my best. Thank you. The first speaker is Sareem Makam, followed by Karen Coble-Albright, followed by Kim Gromyko. Are those speakers currently here?
Madam Mayor, the first one is on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you go ahead and open up that Zoom? But in the meantime, is Karen Coble-Albright here, or is Kim Gromyko here? Okay, we have 45 speakers. Why don't we start with those on Zoom? If you could open the line for the first speaker. If you could give us your name.
Hi, my name is Shriram Makam. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Vaughn. Thanks for having me. My issue is very simple. I am a homeowner. I'm living in Summerfield. Our community is annexed to the Greensboro city. As part of the ordinance, we have a sidewalk in our community. It's a new community, so we have a sidewalk which is only on my side of the street. The other side doesn't have a sidewalk. And our HOA documents say that the homeowners association would be responsible. But there are others in the community, since they don't have the same sidewalk, they kind of have a conflict of interest to not spend any money. And so there is no improvement, and there are a lot of traffic from the dogs and kids walking, and damaging the yards. Well, the city ordinance says that it's the homeowner who is responsible to maintain up to the curb, and or the property owner. And in this case, it's not clear who is the property owner, because my property line ends before the sidewalk starts. And so if that is the case, is the city the owner, or is it still considered as the homeowner, the one responsible party? And if the city thinks it's the city, and if they don't still come and do it, can there be any way we can force the homeowner association to act on it? Because by the bylaws, they are taking up the responsibility or on behalf of the homeowners. So that was my question. And sorry if this is not the right forum, or probably.
We will certainly have somebody follow up with you after the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Zane Frink, followed by Claire Appling, followed by Lillian Apley, and they are on Zoom.
Hello, yes, Zane Fink here.
Is your camera on?
No, man. Does it have to be?
Yes.
All right. Oh, wow. All right. Hello?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do you all have the PowerPoint that was sent? Awesome. So the problem here is unlicensed massage establishments head to feet. Next slide, please. Head to Feet fails NC inspection on November 2nd, 2021 due to 4 unlicensed immigrant massage therapists, not having their license. Soon after the investigator had received a 60-minute service, had then identified himself, all 4 ladies in terror fled to the back of the building, then and hid. Next slide, please. Head to Feet owner has state license revoked on June 16th, 2022. Next slide, please. Despite having her massage license revoked, City renewed Head to Feet business license 2 months later. Reason being, not sure why. Next slide, please. When asked about this in August, Mayor Vaughn described it as a big mistake. However, even after the attorney for the NC Massage recently alerted city officials that Head to Toe is still operating without proper state license and is still in violation of state law, Head to Feet is still operating Greensboro. Question is, why is that? Next slide, please. The next spa is Excellent Spa. This location has never had any type of licensure. The city of Greensboro knows this. The city of Greensboro has yet to do anything about it. Again, why? And for the sake of these women that are in these situations, please close them down for not having a license. You don't need cops to get naked while undercover to rid Greensboro of unlicensed illicit massage establishments. These ladies are taught to fear and avoid law enforcement and council officials to make sure nothing is leaked. Now, my question is, it should be an easy one, but how are you guys going to fix that?
This is a time of listening for city council, and issues can be followed up at a later time.
Gotcha. Yes, ma'am. Well, I see here that, it's already been said that they've been, their license had been revoked, but then given again.
$30 seconds.
All right, that's cool. Honestly, if it was me, it would be a pretty easy answer as to how to fix these solutions, or how to fix these problems.
Thank you. If you have no further comments.
Yes, ma'am, no worries. You all have a good night.
If you could unmute, is it Claire or Claire Appling?
Yes, that's me. And I'm trying to start my video, but it says the host has stopped it. So if somebody could enable that.
There you are.
Hi there. Hello, City Council. Thank you for having me today. A Greensboro Vice officer got completely naked and had his penis fondled during a massage from a 59-year-old Chinese immigrant woman while investigating Amazing Spa at 620 Guilford College Road on September 20th, 2023. 2 days after the officer got naked and was sexually fondled at Amazing Spa, arrest warrants were executed and 2 immigrant Chinese women were arrested on prostitution charges. Weeks after the arrests were made, Amazing Spa was open again and operating with a whole new crew. They eventually closed at the end of October because the landlord evicted them. As stated in April at a council meeting, there is no need for Greensboro police to get naked during massage parlor investigations. Unfortunately, they did. I agree with what Zach said last month about the police taking it too far during this investigation. The police did nothing to actually close the business, but they got naked and were fondled. The police failed to charge the business owner, who was the target, for operating without a state-required massage establishment license, but they got naked and were fondled. The police failed to provide a translator for the victim arrested, but they got naked and were fondled. The police failed to provide the victim arrested with any help from outside sources, but they got naked and were fondled. The police failed in closing the business down, but they got naked and were fondled. The police failed to cite the owner, who was the target, for operating a massage business without a city permit, but they got naked and were fondled. The police failed to contact the landlord of the property, but they got naked and were fondled. Thank you for your time. That's all I needed today, so I don't need any more time.
Our next speaker is Lillian Apley.
Madam Mayor, that speaker is not on Zoom.
Okay. How about Gianna Arabata, followed by Ben Holder, followed by Nicole Gaines?
Gianna is not on Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Holder? Nicole Gaines, Philip Marsh.
My name's Ben Holder. I'm quite sure you don't want to say anything. I'm quite sure this is a time of listening. I am quite sure that y'all don't want to say anything. But here's what I'm going to tell the people. In 2009, David Ray sued the city for $220,000. It was written about for years and years and years and years, and it got to where the city was paying $500,000 to not pay $220,000. Nancy Hoffman was quoted in the paper saying, well, we don't have to pay David Ray. It's that simple. No thought for the taxpayer having to foot this bill. $500 to not pay $220. It goes on and on and on and on and on, and people keep writing stories. And then lo and behold, last May, the city of Greensboro unceremoniously, without a press conference or nothing, settled one of the most controversial lawsuits in the history of the city. It was written about all the time. It's a shame we don't have journalists anymore. It's a shame John Hammer is not a journalist anymore. But in May, they finally settled. And they paid David Ray $74,000. Okay? He sued for $220,000. They paid him $74,000. Looks like they saved you some money, right? The legal bill for that was $813,000. Add $74,000 to that, and that's $884,000 to not pay $220,000. They did this because of their political whatever. It was not to save you money. It was not to be a good steward of your money. They ripped the taxpayer off, they've raised taxes, and they don't mind spending $880,000 and not to pay $220,000. If I came up to y'all and said, would you rather pay $220,000 or $880,000? Which would y'all say? $880,000. But all those meetings that they had back in the day, now that it's settled, all them closed sessions, now that it's settled and the amount's public, those closed session records are public too. While I know why they did what they did, I sure would like to read some of them notes. I sure would like to watch some of them videos, and they tell me it's not a public record. I tell them they're wrong. I met with the North Carolina School of Government Monday at 8 o'clock on a Zoom meeting. They told me they were wrong. You got to release the closed minute. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I know you'd like to ban me. I know you'd like to ban me. Woo! Woo! All right, so you got to release them minutes. And I know you're not going to say anything. Say blah, 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 blah.
Mr. Marsh?
Good evening. It's been a while since I've been up here, but naturally I had to come up here. I had a couple of people that had approached me in the community after homecoming and discussed thank you, sir, the state of Washington Street, as you are aware of. You've put together some efforts to try to get a hold of that area, but there's still, quite a few things that's going on. I know that we had spoken with Ms. Hightower and Mr. Holston when they took a tour of that area with one of the trips that we put together. The city manager had expressed that that corridor would be also looked at for funding, and we have not heard anything back about that. Ms. Wells, if we could get that conversation back up to speed of what's going on. I was kind of disappointed that the services were increased at the IRC without any input from that business community on that corridor right there, which takes the brunt of what goes on in that area. And that is always the case that seems to happen, is that, city council does things without any input from the city, without any regard to how the negative effects of what these decisions are affects the business owners as well as the community. And we had a lot of visitors that came into the town for homecoming, and it was really unfortunate that that was the best foot that we decided to put forward. I know the city manager is not from here, and he doesn't understand that those are some of our major corridors right there, but we got to do a better job of communicating what's going on, what services are being increased, and the capacity that also has to meet that services that are increased. And, again, if we can have this dialogue updated with those in the area. I know Mr. Matheny is DGI, so we have plenty of emissaries that can come and give us input of what's going on. But, again, that just doesn't make any sense that we're not doing a better job, and it's like a broken record that we have to keep saying these things. So I just wanted to make that clear that, as you already are aware, that a lot of people are not happy over in that area, and we have to come to some type of reasonable solution to what we can do to see, as you continue to try to get a handle on the services that you are trying to put into the community, make sure that those negative effects don't run your businesses off.
Thank you. Nicole Gaines, followed by John Hill, followed by Margaret Moffett.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. This is the second time I've been up to this. I'm quite a nervous person, but I want to talk because evidently there are some outlets that don't know what the meaning of the word sustainability is. So when we try to talk about sustainability, oftentimes we're shot down saying it's one of those matters that's for environmentalists, and I'm a card-carrying one. But what's the simple definition of sustainability? It presumes that resources are finite and should be used conservatively and wisely with a view of long-term priorities and consequences of the ways in which resources are used. Why is that important? Because our society's ability to exist and develop without depleting those natural resources are needed in the future. Now, where am I going with this? I'm going with this in support of the loose leaf collection change. Why? Because we are all responsible, we are all taxpayers, and there's a few folks that say that you are, and I, are dodos, that we spend money frivolously, and that this is one service that should be a privilege to have. So I know that the program itself is costly because a lot of cities and municipalities are done away with the vacuum trucks. They're expensive to maintain. They're seasonal. And it doesn't help that we have to be responsible for people fussing about who's picking up their leaves. When you talk about sustainability, you talk about for the entire community. In 2019, the Greensboro City Council passed the 100% renewable energy resolution. And that simply means you helped us develop this Office of Sustainability with 11 personnel. And we are fighting for this loose leaf change. It's progress. It is ugly. But I am certain that with a little massaging, no pun intended with the fella that happened, we can get everyone's input and have a survey and do things fairly, but yet get rid of this program that's expensive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to request that there is no calling out from the audience. Mr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for what you do to make Greensboro the great city it is. Work continues on the latest edition of the 3 and 400 block in North Eugene Street. I'll share some background on the area. Challenges start when we closed a portion of Lindsay Street to allow for the baseball stadium to be built. Later, we closed another portion of Lindsay Street to allow for construction of apartments and a hotel. Yet another portion was the closing of Battleground Avenue to allow for Lo-Fi Park. 2 businesses became blocked with no passage in or out other than North Eugene Street. When the road is closed, those businesses are totally shut off. Retail businesses depend on drive-by traffic. For 5 of the past 12 months, traffic has been either totally blocked or reduced by greater than 50% in those 2 blocks. This does not include the numerous projects requiring road closure in these 2 blocks over the past few years. The manner in which the contracts are approved by our city council is based on the lowest bid wins, where contractors all seem to agree they would never get a bid of one if theirs wasn't the lowest. It's applauded the council's direction to try to reduce costs. However, the way we're going about it is unfair to small business. It leaves out some things you should consider. The low bid model requires a contractor to manipulate a project to make fair compensation. There are no rewards for finishing a project early or even adequate public safety. The suggestion is that when a retail-based business with fewer than 25 employees is going to have their traffic count reduced by greater than 50% for more than 72 hours, compensation be provided for those businesses. Costs for losses should be added to the system development fees, development impact fees for design plans that require services like water and sewer. Those funds would be used to offset losses for the severe impact on existing businesses. For projects funded by general obligation bonds, these fees should be added to the cost for a proposed project. Impact costs could be easily calculated before a project begins. Many projects funded by bond require there be an allocation for public art on the right-of-way. It appears this allocation is 1% of the total project cost. If we can do that for art, we can certainly allocate a similar portion for businesses that are negatively impacted. If we truly can, our city is easy to do business in. One of the stated city council priorities is to make Greensboro the easiest place to do business. These unfair practices outlined are not conducive to businesses locating here. Let's establish an equitable plan. There currently is no plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Moffitt, followed by Ron Thompson, followed by Melanie Boyd.
Hi, Margaret Moffitt, longtime listener, first-time caller.
Sorry. We could reset that.
Margaret Moffitt. Last week, Ben Holder shared with me emails he received from a public records request. They concern communications between the News and Record and the city about a reporter's investigation of illicit massage parlors in Greensboro. Given that I spent 27 years as a daily journalist, 23 of them at the News and Record, I wasn't surprised by what I read, but I am concerned, deeply concerned. Between September 7th and October 30th, a News and Record reporter tried desperately to get GPD in the city to discuss the city's policies and practices about unlicensed massage parlors, meaning those that don't have a state license or a city business license, or in some cases both. The reporter sent email after email, each time asking reasonable questions in a professional manner. It was clear he had spoken to experts on the illicit massage industry and had researched the law. If he had been one of my students at UNC School of Journalism, I would have given him an A. Unfortunately, virtually all of his questions went unanswered. On October 31st, Communications and Marketing Manager Carla Banks sent an email to the editor of the News and Record to share her concerns. The reporter, she wrote, quote, needs to understand how the outcome of months of undercover work can be jeopardized by premature reporting without proper context and complete facts, end quote. Ms. Banks and the Chief of Police met with the News and Record editor in early November. As far as I know, the newspaper has yet to publish a story on this subject. Ms. Banks' email is a textbook example of a strategy that I ran up against time and time again. Refused to answer a reporter's questions, then complained that the reporting lacks proper context and complete facts. More importantly, though, it shows the lengths the powerful will go to protect their interests. When daily journalism was robust in Greensboro, particularly 20 years ago during the Blogsboro era, Ms. Banks' email itself would have become news. Unfortunately, that's not Greensboro's reality anymore. In fact, if you're a government official in any small to medium-sized town in America without robust daily journalism, you could almost convince yourself that nobody really cares about open, transparent government. I'm here to tell you tonight that I care. I care when the powerful seek to obstruct investigative journalism, not because it's wrong, but because it's right. I care when elected leaders who campaigned on a platform of open government allow this type of practice to go unchecked. And I care when government officials, from the president to the PR manager of the city the size of Greensboro, forget that in a democracy, the people have the right to information, even if that information makes their government look bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson? Yes. Is Melanie Boyd? Okay. She will be next, followed by Toad. Yes, sir.
Council members and audience, the one thing that I do anytime I have an opportunity to speak, my disability is epilepsy. And I want to make sure that everyone knows if someone has a seizure on the ground, call 911, of course. But get us on our side. It opens an airway so we're not choking on our vomit. And move everything out of our way. May not look probably in a minute and it could last her, but please get us on our side. It may save someone's life. Now, the reason that got me here, I've lived on Cotswold Avenue for 3 years. There's a bus stop that's right on the outside of the entrance of Walmart. I've been telling myself, I've got to tell people about this. There's no sidewalk from that exit from Walmart to the bus stop that's across Cotswold. That's a lot of traffic. People right, people left turn, up and down. Last week, I had to help someone that had in a wheelchair, motorized, from that corner over to the bus stop. But the bus stop doesn't even have an on-ramp for her to get on. Somehow she did, whether it was popping a wheeling on her wheelchair, but she got up there and had to travel probably about 10 feet of grass to get into the bus. This is unacceptable, guys. Really, please look at that bus stop because it's bothered me every time there. Like I said, I have an epilepsy. I don't drive. So I watch it. I've even helped old women across just to get smoothly across to the bus stop. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Melanie? Followed by Toad, followed by Chandrika, followed by Dominique Goodmund.
Hi, my name is Melanie Boyd. I'm also known aka Nikki, and I have moved here in July. I'm also an organizer with a group called ADAPT. ADAPT has been around over 40 years. When it first started, those acronyms were actually acronyms. It stood for Americans Disability Association Public Transportation. Y'all really suck here. I mean, holy crap. Lack of transportation. I travel. I'm an organizer, but I live here. This is y'all are stuck with me now. So hello. But no, really, I moved from Austin, which we had accessible Ubers, Lyfts. I can't even get an accessible bus. And don't push your paratransit on me. I know more about the paratransit than you do. So now we thought that we fixed that. When we started 40 years ago, which I was not a part of it then, I was still in school, they simply went after the union, because back then all the buses were a part of the union. Now GTA has been running under city council since 1990. Now the thing that concerns me is, if you know anything, the Americans with Disability Act was signed by Senior George Bush in 1990. Why is there so many inaccessible bus stops if that parallels together, right? Yeah. So why? I mean, seriously, I had to call the police, who then blamed me because I wasn't responsible enough to know which bus stops were accessible and which were not. The newsflash is they all, by law, should be accessible. So just because I moved, I didn't give up my freedom. So I expect there needs to be, and also I've talked to Gary, because every city council has an ADA coordinator. I gave Gary an olive branch. He did not get back to me. I also know y'all just hired Mr. Mason. If y'all don't know, he is the liaison for the bus and them, correct? That's how that works. He says, I'm new. Well, that's good, and it's the first time this position has ever been filled or had, which kind of surprised me, because this isn't a little town. It's really not. It's not little. There's a lot of, and I can also tell y'all don't ride the bus. You can tell when a city rides the bus, and you can tell when they don't. And I can tell y'all don't. So, but if you don't build it, my people will not come. Nancy, I heard you at the Christmas tree lighting. I saw a lot of able bodies, but I didn't see my people. Why? Probably because there's not enough accessible bus stops.
We already still only have 2 spots here. In other states, they're pushing for 3. So I just want to educate you that GTA has been running since George Bush signed that Americans with Disability Act.
Thank you.
And make sure that
I've got to ask you to stop. Your time is up.
But keep that sidewalk budget money and
Your time is off. So I know that there are a lot of emotions in the room tonight, but if we have, that much clapping and outburst at the end of every speaker, it's going to take us that much longer to give everybody the time that they deserve.
Ready? Okay, Toad, homeless extraordinaire. Before I begin, free Palestine. I'm here because I made a promise to Zach. I promised Zach that I'd come back and help him with the homeless population. But we're going to solve it, and we can do it realistically in a handful of years. I'm prepared to bring scores of decorated professionals, from firefighters, social workers, counselors, people, program directors from up in Michigan that are willing to come here, drop the hat because they believe in me. I've already put together coalitions of the most able people here, good people that I truly believe in. I mean, we can really do this. We don't need all this task force. I am your task force, and just go through me. And you may not like me, you may not care for my style, but I'm the real deal. And when you're serious about fixing this, talk to Zach. He knows how to find me. How's that, brother?
Chandrika, followed by Dominique Goodman, and last call for Karen Coble-Albright and Kim Gramico.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chandrika Malong, and I just wanted to come here again addressing the same issue with the homeless. I know you guys stated before it wasn't you guys' job. You only do things when nobody else does it. And it's getting real cold outside again, and it's a lot of disabled and unable people that are out there freezing. I just wanted to make sure you guys are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Dominique Goodman here, Karen Coble-Albright, or Kim Gramico? Okay. So those are all of the speakers that we have on the non-ceasefire resolution, I believe. Was there anybody here who wanted to speak about a different topic? Okay. So as I said earlier, we're going to take an early break because we have to do that for closed caption, and we don't want to have to stop you in the middle of your speaking. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
There's a new way to get around downtown Greensboro. The Hopper Trolley is rolling on the streets. Glenn, what is the history of trolleys or streetcars in Greensboro?
So the earliest streetcar we know about, Rosemary, was in 1892 when the first horse-drawn or mule-drawn streetcars were operating around small routes up and down South Elm Street.
Okay, but then in the 1900s that changed.
Yeah, it expanded around, starting in 1902, they actually installed electrical lines, right? So these are streetcars that are operating with overhead power. And they grew out from downtown and started expanding out to the suburbs, Lindley Park, out Summit Avenue, out all the way to the mill villages in White Oak in proximity.
So it was really how people were getting around.
Yeah, it was really trying to expand this idea of what was Greensboro, right? I mean, we're a very centralized city with this kind of strong spine that runs along South Elm Street. But there were entrepreneurs like Jay Van Lindley who was like, bring people out further out west to Lindley Park. And they actually, one of my favorite things is they built an amusement park out of the original Lindley Park. There was a draw. That was the streetcar was company ran the amusement park to bring people out Spring Garden Street all the way to where they had a lake and a casino and ballroom dancing and all sorts of wonderful things that went on in Lindley Park.
So why did they go away?
Why did they go away? That's a good question. I think in some ways they were a victim of their own success, right? Because they stretched out Greensboro into these neighborhoods and, miles from the core of downtown, and people were able to build houses. And then automobile culture, right, comes along. We've got great streets, and it supposedly took about 2.5 hours to ride the streetcar from Lindley Park to downtown. Yeah, you could almost walk as fast, right? So it was, at that point when people were able to have more and more of their own cars, shopping centers are growing up on Summit Avenue and other places. I think the demand was really decreased. But originally in the early 1900s, we read numbers that show remarkable numbers of ridership.
And really, that's what we're hoping is going to happen now. So they're back as of 2023 in downtown Greensboro, and the idea is to see fewer cars in downtown and more trolleys and more people walking.
I think it's great, and it reconnects people with history too, right? Because it's a way that people can really easily and without any cost to themselves and conveniently, because these things are coming right every 5-7 minutes, to be able to go up and down and learn about the history of Greensboro, as well as see fantastic places like the Greensboro History Museum or the International Civil Rights Center and Museum, Blandwood, the Children's Museum, all these great attractions, the parks, the restaurants, all this wonderful stuff is in downtown Greensboro.
Yeah, you work in downtown Greensboro at the History Museum, of course. So how do you see yourself using it?
I'm certainly going to hop on when I need to get down to South Elm Street. If I'm going to go for a bite down there, or it's just a really hot day. It's it could be a lot of fun just riding around and going up to if I need to get to the Hoppers game right at the end of the day on a Thursday, right? I can leave my car at work and just ride right over there to the stadium.
And let's talk about the name really quickly, the Hopper. Most people think, that must be after the Greensboro Grasshoppers because that's our baseball team, but it actually has a deeper history and meaning in Greensboro. Yeah,
the Grasshopper was a particular kind of cannon that the Continental Army used at the Battle of Guilford Courthouse in 1781. So, as a lot of people know, it was a battle that the American forces lost, but General Greene's forces did enough damage to Cornwallis that he was limping around by the end, and by the time he got to Yorktown, George Washington was ready to take care of him, and it was really a culmination at the end of the American Revolution.
I always learned that it was where we lost the battle but won the war.
That's what I hear too. So, and our friends at the National Military Park out there at Guilford Courthouse can show you all that fantastic stuff too.
All right, so Haley, why did you jump on the Hopper?
I was walking down the street and I saw the QR code for the trolley, and I thought, why not just try to ride the trolley? And I've never been to this city, so I decided it was a good way to kind of take a lap around.
You're from where?
Tampa, Florida.
And what brings you here?
I'm a flight attendant. I'm on a layover.
So what's it like being the very first passenger on the new Hopper trolley?
It's awesome. The city's great. Everyone's so welcoming, and it's fun.
Well, welcome to Greensboro. We hope you come back and tell your passengers.
I will. Let them know. Thank you.
Want to hop on? Look for these signs around Elm Street in downtown Greensboro. There are about 14 stops between Fisher Avenue and just south of Gate City Boulevard. The Hopper trolley operates Thursdays through Sunday. You can pick it up about every 7 minutes. And hey, the best part about it, it's totally free. Find out more about it by going to greensboro-nc.gov and search trolley.
We are the City of Greensboro's Office for Arts and Culture, and we're on a mission.
A magical world of caterpillars and chrysalis and butterflies is now open inside the Greensboro Science Center. It's called the Monarch Conservation Center. Lindsay, where are we?
We are standing in the new butterfly house here at the Greensboro Science Center that just opened this summer.
And what can we see here?
You're going to see 7 different species of native butterflies and a whole variety of both pollinator plants and host plants.
And you can see the whole life cycle of these butterflies.
Yes, absolutely. At this point, we have eggs that have been laid on plants, there's chrysalises, there's caterpillars, and of course, there's flying adult butterflies.
So where did the idea for this come from?
This came from a board member and an ambassador for the Greensboro Science Center, Sue Cole. She and her family wanted to do something focused on monarch conservation, and out of a conversation came this beautiful place we're standing in now.
So talk about conservation and why that's important with butterflies.
So particularly monarch butterflies, which get a lot of attention, but they need it. They are struggling due to habitat degradation. And as many people know, they have a very long migration, and they need their host plants and they need pollinator plants along that migration route. And when those plants are not there, they don't make the trip. And so we are promoting the plantings to plant milkweed or to plant pollinator plants, whether it's a large backyard or a pot on your apartment patio, it will make a difference.
And you'll see them. They will come. If you plant them, they will come.
Yes, they find the milkweed. They can seek it out and they will lay their eggs on it, and their little caterpillars will voraciously eat that milkweed and turn into a beautiful butterfly.
What has the response been since you've been open?
People have loved it. It really does feel magical to walk into this verdant space that's green and lush, and there's flight all around you. Butterflies will go right past you. They may land on you. It does have that magical feel to it.
It certainly does. And what is this season? What, this can't be open year round, I don't suppose.
I wish it could, but no, it is seasonal. It is native butterflies here, so it will run throughout the summertime, and you'll see the different stages of life as we go through the summer.
And what is your favorite part about coming in here?
My favorite part is seeing people experience it and getting to talk to them about how this is magical, but they can also create this little magical space in their own property and have that experience at home.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And did you ever wonder what it feels like to be inside a chrysalis? Well, this might give you a bit of an idea. You'll want to check out the butterfly maze after you check out the real butterflies. It's part of the experience at the Greensboro Science Center. All of this is included with your regular museum admission. To find out more about operating hours and ticket prices, just go to greensboroscience.org. In its second season, the Tanger Center hosted more than 380,000 people at 251 events. 59 of them sold out. And with Broadway coming back for its third season, this one is sure to be even bigger.
are going to re-adjourn our meeting if everybody can take their seats. Reconvene. So we will start with Billy Belcher, Nilofer Kudar, and I am so sorry if you would pronounce your names when you come to the podium, and Louis Medina. They are on Zoom. Could you?
Hi, I'm Billy Belcher from WOVE, Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. Last month, I asked the City Council for a resolution demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. Tonight, you have many more members of your community here demanding your support for a ceasefire as well. You have a duty to protect your Palestinian American community. You have a duty to your Muslim community. You must listen when they ask you to act and try to save their families. You need to pass this resolution. As civic leaders, I believe you also have a responsibility to fight the overwhelming misinformation around this issue. The Palestinian people do have the right to resist Israeli occupation. Opposing Zionism and the occupation of Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Our city's leadership needs to be upfront and vocal about that. I reiterate something I said last month. It is the worst libel to equate opposing and defeating the Zionist apartheid state with any attack towards those who are Jewish. Supporting the creation of a land where Jews and Muslims, Arabs and non-Arabs can live in harmony is not anti-Semitic. Calling for an end to the Zionist ethno-state does not equal genocide. It is in fact the very foundation of peace. Mayor Vaughn, you have already made a one-sided show of support for what can only be called the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. You need to apologize to your city's Palestinian community and do better. Tonight is your chance. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, members of the City Council, and my fellow community members. My name is Nilofer Kader, and I'm an educator in Greensboro. I'm here to call on our City Council to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. Currently, Gazans are facing a campaign of genocide, ethnic cleansing, and collective punishment by the State of Israel, funded by our U.S. taxpayer dollars. Our City Council must stand on the side of justice by passing a resolution that condemns the ongoing genocide against Palestinians and demands a permanent ceasefire. Communities across North Carolina and the United States are making similar demands on their elected leadership. On November 14th, the Town Council of Carrboro demonstrated tremendous leadership and passed a resolution calling for an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire. I ask you to now show that same conviction to the plight of the oppressed. 68% of Americans want a ceasefire, and this number grows every day. Alongside the skyrocketing death toll in Gaza, which this week surpassed 15,000 people, a conservative estimate since many people remain buried under rubble, children make up an astounding 7,000 deaths. Officials from the United Nations have called the Israeli bombing campaign of Gaza a children's graveyard. Prior to October 7th, the population of Gaza had been under Israeli blockade for more than 16 years. This restricted movement not only of people, including those who needed life-saving healthcare, but also of goods, including food, water, and medicine. The last 2 months of near continuous bombing by Israel has included bombings of hospitals, refugee camps, and UN schools where people have been seeking refuge. More than 60% of residential housing in Gaza has been destroyed, which means the homes of nearly 1 million people. Deliberate attacks on water supply means that disease is rampant, not only from injuries from bombing and firing, but due to malnourishment, dehydration, and poor sanitation as a result. Because I am a scholar and a teacher, I tell you that my peers who are historians and lawyers have been ringing the alarm since early October warning of potential genocide in Gaza. In fact, Israeli historian and scholar of the Holocaust and genocide, Ross Sigal, wrote on October 13th in Jewish Currents magazines that Israeli attacks on Gaza are a textbook case of genocide. As I teach my students, we in Greensboro are a community that has a rich history of standing on the side of justice. Protests in Greensboro were critical to the civil rights movement. The harm that Israel perpetrates on Gazans and Palestinians is not far from us. The U.S. annually sends $3.8 billion to Israel, $4 million of which comes from us. Not only is our money going to bomb Palestinians, but Israeli violence finds a home in our communities through police violence. In 2018, the city of Durham, North Carolina, showed us that we can resist this violence when it banned police exchanges with Israel. This brutality must not be unleashed disproportionately upon Black American communities.
Thank you. Your time is up. Louis Medina, followed by Zainab Amadou Mohammed, and then we will go to our in-person speakers, Sharon Grady, Jonah Montgomery, Jermani Brown, if you could make your way to the window side. Mr. Medina.
Hello, my name is Louis Medina. I'm with the Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. Today, I want to point out that Madame Mayor has had the Israeli flag on their Instagram since October the 7th. They've had it up there during the invasion. They've had it as children have been buried under rubble. They've had it up there as hospitals have been bombed. They've had it there as their own constituents have protested in the streets. They've had it up there as now the body count is up to 16,000, right? Madame Mayor is a Zionist. What is Zionism? There's no question. God did not condone genocide, right? There's no justification. There's no space for equivocating or pearl clutching anymore. Right? Zionism is fascism. It is an ideology that hides Israel's true purpose, which is a depot for Western imperialism and dominance in the entire region. And that's just the truth, right? We live at a time where what we're living through is an entire people possibly being ethnic cleansed from the earth. History is going to write about it this way, right? And I would say that I think Mayor Vaughn and City Council will have to pick that side in history, and this is their opportunity. I imagine pick a side in history, and I would assume that they would have to pick the right side, which is on the side of the Palestinian people. And that would start with supporting a ceasefire, divesting completely from the apartheid fascist state of Israel, materially and iconically. And that includes Madame Mayor removing that post and issuing an apology to the Palestinian people and her constituents, right? And wholeheartedly supporting the liberation of the Palestinian people from the river to the sea. Thank you.
It's okay. So I know that we've received a lot of emails talking about the city of Greensboro must divest. I want to assure everyone that we do not invest in Israel or any other foreign country. There is no taxpayer money being sent to Israel. So our next Zoom speaker is Zain Amadou Mohammed. And again, if Shannon O'Grady, Jonah Montgomery, and Jermani Brown are in the council chambers, if they would make their way to the window side of the chamber.
I would like to make a brief comment. You know, council chambers is somewhere where we need to listen to each other. And I know that the community that I am involved with every single day is following the rules and not being disruptive. So I really don't want to see anyone taken out of chambers. So I really am requesting that everyone be quiet in here and quit the hooping and the hollering. It's very disrespectful. It takes us away from thinking about what the speaker just said. So I really would appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have our Zoom speaker?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, if I could get started. Hello, my name is Zainab Adamu Mohammed. I am currently the president of the UNC Greensboro Muslim Students Association, meaning that I represent the Muslim and a lot of Arab students on campus as well, and we forge connections with the greater Greensboro community. I have friends who are Palestinian, friends who are Arab and Christian and Muslim Palestinians who have seen firsthand the violence. They have been forced to go to school, thinking about their loved ones back home who are dying, quite frankly, at the hands of the U.S. Funding. And I understand that the city of Greensboro does not send money directly to Israel, but they can at least make an effort to acknowledge the Palestinian lives lost. Madam Mayor, I mean, you have only posted about Israel. You have not posted anything acknowledging independently the Palestinians who are suffering right now. And even those who are not Palestinian, their allies, are watching and are standing in solidarity and are just grieving constantly, knowing that what is happening, we do not directly have control over it. I wanted to ask that you support a ceasefire resolution. I want you to support and say that Greensboro does not stand for genocide. Greensboro is home to a diverse population, and many of your constituents do not want to see this happening on our behalf, using our tax dollars, using our essence as the city of Greensboro. So I wholeheartedly ask you to support a ceasefire resolution, be a leader in the state of North Carolina, follow the other North Carolinian cities that have taken a stance on this, and show the state government, show the federal government that Greensboro does not stand for a ceasefire. I mean, does not stand for genocide and does stand for a ceasefire. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you will consider this.
Thank you. Last call for Shannon O'Grady, Jonah Montgomery, and Jermani Brown. Our next speakers will be Destiny Jones and Khadijah Hill.
My name is Jermani, and I'm a student at Greensboro College. At this point, it should be clear that we demand a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. From Palestine to Congo to Greensboro, we will all be free. I want the generations after me to live in a world where they can play outside without fear of being killed and sleep soundly without having to leave their homes in the dead of night. Can you imagine someone coming into your home, making themselves comfortable throughout your house, while you and your family are forced to squeeze into the laundry room? The intruders attack and dehumanize you. For decades, this goes on. You're a hostage in your own home. The intruders murder members of your family right in front of you, and you've had enough, so you fight back. Only the intruders have militarized weapons, and you have rocks to throw. The police come in and say the intruders have the right to defend themselves. I know a lot of you couldn't fathom this happening in your homes, so why do we expect Palestinians to suffer from displacement with the addition of constant bombing, the spread of disease, no access to clean water, food, fuel, medical aid, internet, and no home to return to, and that's not even half of it. I don't know if you all still have flip phones or what, but with my phone, which is made with coltan and cobalt, mined by Congolese men, women, and children, but I digress. I see the horrific videos of Palestinian bodies being blown to pieces every day, many journalists sending their last goodbye messages as they're losing hope. I see human beings pulled from rubble and children in hospitals with unrecognizable faces. Their cries haunt me, but they also fuel my rage. We bear witness to the war crimes Israel is committing. If you have the capability to see a literal genocide unfold before your eyes and retreat back into your comforts, go shopping and celebrate the holidays without batting an eye, you're a bad person. We're not angry enough. At least 15,000 Palestinians have been killed already. $14 billion more being sent to Israel's military to kill more Palestinians that are being seen as collateral damage is unacceptable. The killing of Palestinians anywhere is not normal or business as usual. We demand the end to U.S. support of Israel. We have the ability to change the outcome, and we must act. So I urge you to support a ceasefire resolution. I've lost respect for many people over the past few months, but specifically I've lost respect for Representative Kathy Manning. I condemn her censure of Representative Rashida Tlaib and her spread of misinformation and propaganda. Maybe it's the monetary gain that incentivizes her to take the stand she does, but all I know is that in less than a year, I will have the chance to vote for the very first time in my life, and my vote will go towards someone who represents the people. We're aware of the power that we hold. Not only do we demand a permanent ceasefire and humanitarian aid to Gaza, but a free Palestine from the river to the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Destiny Jones, Khadijah Hill, Cece Crawford, Ori Singleton Khan. If you would give us your name.
Good evening. My name is Khadijah Hill, and like my other comrades, I'm here to implore you to support a permanent ceasefire. And one thing I noticed that everyone says is Israel has the right to defend itself, using that as a justification of the massacre that's going on in Gaza. But let me ask you, what about Palestine's right to defend itself? In 1917, the Balfour Declaration was signed and endorsed by the UK to endorse the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, which is already a home for Palestinians. And so this culminated in the founding of the State of Israel in May 14, 1948. And so to live up to this declaration of this home, there's decades of massacre, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and other abhorrent actions by Israel and their allies who enable them, like the U.S. And then there's the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, infamous for the Nakba, in which at least 750,000 Palestinians of a 1.9 million population were displaced and made refugees. On top of that, 15,000 Palestinians were killed, 78% of historic Palestine ethnic cleanse taken over by Israel. So I ask again, what of Palestine's right to defend itself? In the Second Arab-Israeli War of 1956, better known as the Suez Crisis, Israel, France, and the UK invaded Egypt and the Gaza Strip to establish control of the Suez Canal by Western powers, which resulted in the death of at least 3,000 Arabs and Egyptians, 14.7 times that of the combined casualties of Israel, UK, and France. So what of Palestine's right to defend itself? In the second in the 1967 Third Arab-Israeli War, or the Six-Day War, while the United Nations Emergency Force was leaving, Israel launched a preemptive attack against Egypt through Gaza, which resulted in more than 20,000 Arab casualties, as well as 15 UN peacekeepers and 34 U.S. personnel in the USS Liberty incident, all at the hands of Israel, while there are fewer than 1,000 Israeli casualties. So I ask again, what of Palestine's right to defend itself? 2 more wars later, revolutionary forces formed. And this is when the Oslo Accords of 1993 were being signed. And then a far-right Israeli extremist who did not agree with the peace deal assassinated Israeli Prime Minister Rabin, which led a massive blow to the peace process. So I hope this can show that what happened on October 7th was not in a vacuum. It didn't happen for no reason. It's been 7.5 decades, 75 years of ethnic cleansing and violent occupation. So, City Council members, I implore you to call for a support of a permanent ceasefire. Stop funding Israel, stop the death, and ceasefire now. Free Palestine.
My name is Ori Singleton Khan, and I call on Greensboro City Council to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza, who are currently facing a campaign of genocide, ethnic cleansing, and collective punishment by the State of Israel, funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars. Greensboro City Council must pass a resolution condemning the ongoing genocide against Palestinians and call for a permanent ceasefire. A temporary pause is not a ceasefire. I am disgusted by Representative Kathy Manning's vote to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress. As a Jewish person, I am deeply offended by Manning's and other Zionists' claims that support of Palestinian liberation is anti-Semitic. We should remember that Christian Zionists like Balfour wanted to keep Jews out of England, and European states didn't want to pay reparations to Jews after the Holocaust. This was a huge part of their reasoning behind offering Palestinian land instead of their own. Jewish Zionists like Theodor Herzl claimed that to be safe and deserving of safety, Jews must become just like their oppressors and create a settler colonial state. The intention of the Israeli state has always been to force Palestinians off their land, and the foundational lie that Israel was a land without a people for a people without a land shows that. Jews should not strive to prove themselves to be equally colonial and violent as their oppressors. We have to remember what genocide looks like and stand against it in every instance. When we say never again, we should mean that never again will we allow any people to be treated with such violence, especially in our name. Israel has never made Jews safe. However, it has always abused and colonized Palestinians. Israel's genocide is not in my name, and the weaponization of Jewish suffering to validate this occupation and genocide is disgraceful. I stand with Palestine and ask that everyone here who has claimed to be defending Jewish safety by supporting the Israeli occupation reflect on what Israel really stands for. Israeli officials are proudly claiming their genocidal war crimes and calling Palestinians animals. They have taken more Palestinians captive than they have released since the pause. They are killing a child every 10 minutes in Gaza. They have killed over 15,000 Palestinians in Gaza. Israel is not defending Jews, it is committing genocide against Palestinians. Under international law, the United States has a duty to take all measures available to it to prevent genocide. We need a permanent ceasefire now. Free Palestine.
C.C. Crawford, followed by Anitha Buvanas Warren, followed by Caden Hadaway, followed by Juana Jasso.
So, hi, I'm Cece, Cecily Crawford, and I'm the North Carolina Program Director for the American Friends Service Committee. I honor and affirm the Quaker belief in the sacred worth of each person and stand against violence in all its forms. As of today, December the 5th, the subsequent Israeli military attack on Gaza has killed at least 16,000 Palestinians, including approximately 7,000 children. It's displaced almost 2 million Palestinians, that's 80% of Gaza. With over half of their homes destroyed, it hurts our hearts to read and watch the bombing of hospitals and schools with reports of numerous casualties and deaths. Many of us don't want this. These numbers will continue to rise if attacks do not end. Violence such as this is never justifiable, and we must insist that a ceasefire must be realized. Since the start of Israel's attacks, Israel has intensified its siege on Gaza, deciding when to block access to water, food, fuel, electricity, and medicine in an act of collective punishment. The ability to control a people by controlling every necessity and every movement feels familiar to my grandparents and parents in Jim Crow era. People are going hungry and thirsty, and thousands are injured. People are dying as a preventable humanitarian crisis deepens. The time for action is now. Instead of further bloodshed, we need immediate humanitarian access for Gaza and adherence to international humanitarian and human rights law. Faith leaders, local leaders, and journalists must use their power and influence to bring a bold voice for humanitarian protection and to end ongoing war crimes. I call on local leaders and City Council to bear witness to this message and show the way of peace. Introduce a resolution to stand in solidarity with Representative Alma Adams and others asking for a permanent ceasefire. Further military action will not bring peace. It is our duty to call for an immediate ceasefire and more humanitarian access and we must address the underlying injustice of occupation and inequalities underlying this situation in the long term. This is a time for strong moral resolve, spiritual fortitude, and immediate action. Desmond Tutu said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality." Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kaden Hadaway, and I'm here today with other members of our community.
Could you speak a little louder?
Yes. I'm here today with other members of the community who are, like me, horrified by the past and current acts of colonial violence and ethnic cleansing that Israel is committing against the people of Palestine. We all call on the Greensboro City Council to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza, who are currently facing a campaign of genocide, ethnic cleansing, and collective punishment by the State of Israel, which is being funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars. The Greensboro City Council must pass a resolution condemning the ongoing genocide against Palestinians and call for a permanent ceasefire. As of right now, Israel has killed more than 14,800 Palestinians in Gaza, including more than 6,000 children. There have been more than 6,800 Palestinians are missing, most likely trapped under rubble from Israel's indiscriminate bombing campaign, and more than 36,000 have been injured. Almost half of the Palestinians killed were in the southern part of Gaza, the area to where the Israeli authorities had illegally demanded the Palestinians move. There is no safe place in Gaza despite what Israel claims. They have bombed residential areas, schools, hospitals, and refugee camps. The majority of Palestinians in Gaza, more than 1.1 million people, are now homeless. Israel has cut off supplies of food, water, electricity, and fuel to Gaza. As a result, there is widespread hunger and thirst, and we will continue to see more and more deaths due to starvation and dehydration. Scarcity of clean water and malnutrition are leading to outbreaks of disease such as chickenpox, scabies, and diarrhea, especially among young children. All of these war crimes very clearly amount to the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinian people. Israel is the largest recipient of U.S. aid, more than $3.8 billion in annual foreign assistance, most of which is going to the Israeli military. In Greensboro, over $4 million annually funding Israel's war crimes could instead fund 516 households with public housing, 1,510 children receiving low-cost or free health care, or 47 elementary school teachers. Greensboro must choose to invest in public services that benefit the community instead of funding the genocide of Palestinians by the State of Israel. Calls for a ceasefire are now being made in city councils across the country. The majority of Americans, now at least 68%, demand a ceasefire, and that number is rising. We all call on the Greensboro City Council to stand with Palestine against this historic and ongoing genocide and to demand a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Could you give me your name again? Excuse me. Could you give me your name again?
My name is Kaden Hadaway.
Good evening. My name is Anitha Bhuvaneshwaran, and I thank you to everyone for being here today, including our local city council members and members of the Triad community. I stand in front of you as a healthcare provider in this community. When I got my white coat over 5 years ago, I took my Hippocratic oath, in which I swore to do no harm. The same oath taken by over 200 medical professionals who have been killed in Gaza since October 7th. So today I speak for the countless medical professionals in Gaza that are risking their lives and the lives of their loved ones by choosing to stay behind to serve humanity. I speak for the surgeons who are performing surgeries without anesthesia, using lights from their cell phones, doctors that are treating their patients on unclean hospital floors, treating wounds with vinegar due shortage of antibiotics. I advocate for the patients who are unable to have burns, wounds, injuries treated properly. Patients losing limbs because the lack of medical resources has created a world where amputation is chosen over surgical fixation. Patients that are dying due to blockade of water, electricity, and fuel. This means no oxygen for patients that are reliant on breathing machines, no dialysis, no chemo, no radiation, no critical life-saving equipment for newborns and premature infants. I use my voice for the frontline healthcare heroes who are working around the clock to save lives because they made a promise to humanity to care for the most vulnerable. Silence in the face of injustice is harmful, so to not speak for my fellow healthcare peers and people of Gaza would be harmful. And as I stated before, I took an oath to do no harm. I also stand in front of you as a Hindu Indian American woman, a daughter, sister, aunt, and most importantly, a human being. Despite our differences, the one thing that binds us all together is our humanity. And it is our humanity that I hope to appeal to today. Regardless of the semantics and nuances we could argue about when it comes to the atrocities we are witnessing in Gaza, the one thing we should all be able to agree on is the loss of life, especially at the level we are seeing in Gaza, is a moral injury to us all and goes against our shared American values. It is our shared responsibility as Americans and human beings to advocate for peace, justice, and well-being for all people. We have watched in horror as over the last 8 weeks, have consumed over 15,000 lives in Gaza, over 6,000 of them being children. This is not including over 40,000 wounded and the thousands that are still missing under the rubble. We should, in our shared humanity, be able to admit and agree that no parent should have to bury their child. No child should have the designated acronym of WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. And children should be living in peace and not be found in pieces. In this moment, our collective integrity and humanity hinges on our ability to echo compassion and empathy for the innocent civilians of Palestine that are being subjected to a brutal assault. The collective punishment of people of Gaza needs to end. We need a humanitarian ceasefire and a political solution, not a military one. Over 2/3 of Americans support a ceasefire in Gaza, and the numbers are growing steadily. Let us join the town of Carrboro, North Carolina, and many cities in our own country and across the world by supporting a ceasefire. I call upon this esteemed council today to stand on the right side of history. Let us send a message that transcends political, racial, and religious divisions. Let us affirm our commitment to humanity and the sanctity of human life, no matter where it resides. I implore you to choose humanity, choose love, choose kindness, choose life, liberty, and freedom for all, including the Palestinians, by calling for an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Juana, followed by Alex Babic, followed by Ilian S., followed by Ahmad Borja. If you would come to the window side. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juana Hasso, owner and CEO of Hasso Homes, a bilingual real estate team in the Triad. I stand before you today as a business owner and concerned member of our community, urging our city to join in calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. As we gather here in Greensboro, we might feel far removed from the conflict overseas, but it's our moral duty to address global issues that impact human lives. Today, I present 3 key reasons why our city should advocate for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. First and foremost, our commitment to peace and humanity should transcend borders. The ongoing violence in Gaza has resulted in unimaginable suffering for innocent civilians, many of whom are children, women, and families. As a city that values compassion and justice, it is crucial that we stand in solidarity with those affected by the conflict and call for an end to the violence. Secondly, the consequences of the conflict extend beyond geographical boundaries. In our interconnected world, instability and violence anywhere can have ripple effects globally. By advocating for a ceasefire, we contribute to regional and international stability, fostering an environment where diplomatic solutions and dialogue can take precedence over aggression. Lastly, our community's diversity is one of our greatest strengths. Greensboro is home to people from various backgrounds, cultures, and faiths. By taking a stance for peace in Gaza, we send a powerful message of inclusivity and understanding. We show that even in our local decisions, we prioritize the well-being of all people, regardless of their origin. In conclusion, I urge the City Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Our city has a voice that can resonate beyond our borders, and by using it to advocate for peace, we contribute to a world where compassion triumphs over conflict. Let Greensboro be a beacon of hope and a force for positive change in these challenging times. Thank you for your time and consideration.
my name is Imade, and I'm a Greensboro native and a Guilford County Public Schools graduate. I would like to thank the council for your commitment to serving our community. I'm here to advocate for a ceasefire resolution. I follow the civil rights tradition that Greensboro is known for. Since at least the 1960s, Black freedom fighters like Angela Davis, Malcolm X, June Jordan, Toni Morrison, and James Baldwin have been in solidarity with the people of Palestine. These social justice leaders knew that the same weapons of white supremacy used to kill, maim, and torture Palestinians are also used against Black people. We are not free until Palestine is free. Today, we must hear the call for justice. Every living being deserves a home. This is what Palestinians gave me when I went to D.C. for the largest Palestine solidarity protest in the United States. A beautiful Palestinian elder offered me traditional snacks like I was her adopted granddaughter. And Palestinian men made sure we had water and food to eat. Another Palestinian elder shared what is happening in Gaza. She told us the story of a mother who tells her children that before they go to bed, they should write their names on different parts of their bodies so that if they die in an airstrike, their exploded body parts could be identified. Since the 1948 Nakba, Palestinians have been victims of ethnic cleansing, but we know that Palestine will never die. We could potentially save the lives of Palestinian children and their families with a ceasefire resolution. Greensboro can make civil rights history in this moment by continuing the Black legacy of supporting Palestine. As a Black person, when I love Palestine, I love myself. And when I free Palestine, I free myself. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard.
Hi, I'm Dr. Alex Babich. Council members and mayor, I invite you to imagine yourself in your core memories at 7 years old. When I was in the first grade at 7 years old, I was a school dropout because there is no school during a war. I was in my childhood home in Bosnia looking for my dad when a grenade fell in front of my house, 7 shrapnel tearing through the flesh of my back and my arm. My parents had a car but no fuel to take me to the hospital. My surgery was delayed because there was no anesthesia. When the humanitarian aid did not make it to the hospitals, children underwent surgery with no anesthesia until they passed out from the pain. I was one of the lucky ones. I finally got anesthesia, but during my surgery, the entire hospital was bombed and evacuated to the basement, while I was left on the operating table so that my wounds could remain in a more sterile condition. This is what it means to be a civilian surviving a war. But I was one of the lucky ones. I survived. Unlike my childhood best friend who was murdered in front of her mother and sister. Worse than my own physical pain was when I actually woke up in that hospital in a large room crammed full of children with gaping wounds across their faces, newly missing limbs. Many of those children were the only survivors in their household. When I left the hospital and permanently moved into a basement, we had no running water or electricity to care for my wounds, nor a running toilet that would minimize the risk of infection. Greensboro is a home to thousands of refugees from around the world, some of them Palestinians, whose loved ones are currently enduring conditions far worse than what I've just described. We ask you to join other cities across Turtle Island in proposing and passing a ceasefire resolution on behalf of the city of Greensboro. We ask you to draft and pass a resolution for a ceasefire during a war in which 16,000 people have already been killed in less than 2 months, and more than 2 million innocent people are being forcibly displaced without food, water, shelter, electricity, and health care for the disabled people who cannot travel. We ask you to pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza and oppose conditions that you yourself would not be willing to endure. And I know that even a ceasefire is not enough. I was shot during a ceasefire. That hospital I described was bombed during a ceasefire, which continues to happen in Gaza as we speak. The Bosnian war still lives inside of me, just as the war in Gaza already lives inside all surviving Palestinians and their loved ones, and it will for the rest of their lives. Enough is enough. In the name of their humanity and yours, I ask that you pass a resolution and join us this Saturday in the march to march at 2:30. Free Palestine.
One moment, please. Isa Hassan Abu Swader, followed by Aya. Can you help me? Abdulaziz, followed by Tesbeth Othman.
Council members, ladies, gentlemen, sisters, brothers, justice seekers, freedom lovers, and policy makers, good evening. I am here today to do the same as my friends did and to support that resolution. And let me here just to move beyond the traditional approach a little bit, which is ceasefire now. There's an incredible solidarity movement taking place all over the world, including the US, Europe, and other regions. People are demanding a ceasefire, which is the least you can do for humans. People are demanding a ceasefire for the Palestinian people, which is a critical point. We need to see an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in the West Bank. However, we should not limit our demand to just a ceasefire. The liberation, decolonization, and self-determination of Palestine should also be our basic needs. Decolonization also is not only a policy you pass. It's not a paper you read. It's not a magazine you publish. It's not a voice that I use it here in this respected room. It's effort, it's blood, it's energy, it's a belief in humanity. And all of us, we should work about it. I am telling you one thing. I know in this city there's many programs for conflict management. And I am a conflict management scholar, landlord-tenant program in City of Greensboro. I feel today if we cannot support this resolution, we will not achieve to do good things for people even who are suffering from small problems, which is landlord-tenants. I am here also today to emphasize on one thing, the relationship between policy and peace, which is invisible for many, many people. It's very clear, and we should make it very clear now. While I am talking now, children in Gaza are bombed, houses are destroyed, and people are losing their shelters. They go all over the world just to ask for their freedom, their humanity, and their self-determination. Again and again, this is the basic needs. It's important to note that during Oslo Accords in 1990s, the Intifada, which was a nonviolent movement that time, was gaining momentum. The Palestinians were expecting to achieve more than ceasefire. Ceasefire was achieved, but I am telling you one thing. The peace was a distorted process. A development was fake. That's why we saw the development. I lived here 27 years. I am telling last thing that we have a dream, and we should achieve our dream. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Isa Hassan Abu Zaitar. My previous address is Jabalia Camp Block number 2, which does not exist anymore. Does not. My whole neighborhood is gone completely. We didn't do anything. We have nothing to do with Hamas. We have nothing to do with nobody. We try to live a decent life like everybody. I lost my nephew. He was a rising star. A sport, he played volleyball. He traveled from Morocco to Bahrain, represent his country, which is Palestine. He didn't deserve to be killed. He was sitting having a coffee. Him and his teammates discussed when they're going to play next. And he left a lovely daughter behind him. He just got married. His wife is a dentist. My brother up there, by the way, I had a speech, but I'm not going to write. I'm not going to say it. My brother is an educational person. He's the head of the Department of Education in Gaza. His daughter, in her 3rd year as a medical student, she didn't even have anything left. She had no hope. She cannot go to school anymore because they bombed her university. Her university is gone. The hospital she was practicing is gone. Our hospital in Jabalia camp is gone. Our recreation department is gone. Our schools are gone. Any of you on my Facebook, when I went 3 months ago, saw how lovely Gaza was. It was paradise. My kids fall in love with it. They want to build up there. They were building, so they go back and forth to the United States. But their dream was dashed by what? A stupid war imposed on us. My family got split apart. They told us to move south. But guess what? My 99-year-old mother, she had to travel. My nephew pushing her for 6 hours with the soldiers on her with their gun. 99 years old. She had to be pushed from Jabalia camp all the way to Rafah. And they bombed in Rafah too, where they told him it's safe. My brother still, because he cannot leave our house, but he's moving everywhere.
Thank you.
The tragic is beyond what you imagine. I hope everybody join us Saturday for the March for Palestine. And I hope you all pass a ceasefire. You all need to do so. You got about 30,000 Muslims in this town. 30,000 Muslims in this town in Palestine.
Hello, my name is Aya Abdulaziz. I'm a Palestinian American and a lifelong resident of North Carolina. I'm here to demand that the Greensboro City Council follow the lead of several other city councils across the nation and pass a resolution calling for an immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza, humanitarian aid to reach all of Gaza, and an end to the siege on Gaza. We need to reject the ongoing complicity in genocide and collective punishment of Palestinians committed by Israel and supported by the U.S. because those bombs are our bombs. The airstrikes that fall like water on the buildings that crumble on top of families and crush them in their homes would not be possible without the U.S. Those are our weapons. Our tax dollars fund a foreign military to kill kids. So we have to do the bare minimum of saying stop. We need to keep pressure on our representatives and show them that Greensboro will not remain silent or be silenced while witnessing the destruction of Gaza. The resolution will serve as a documentation in history that we rejected Israel's attempt to normalize the mass murder and mass destruction of hospitals, UN schools, residential buildings, mosques, and churches. Gaza is the same size as Greensboro with 7 times the population. There is no argument, there is no debate, there is no justification for murdering over 20,000 people, injuring over 40,000 people, and illegally displacing over 1.8 million people in less than 7 weeks. We are all eyewitnesses to one of the most well-documented genocide in history. Do not let the recorded deaths, sufferings, and homelessness of Palestinians be in vain. The obvious asymmetry in power is evident. And most importantly, we have seen the asymmetry of empathy of elected officials. The silence we notice. The selective activism we notice. Mayor Nancy Barakat Vaughn, you have stayed silent since announcing your solidarity with Israel on October 7th. I assume that since you have not continued to publicly show your support for Israel while they commit war crimes against Palestinians, then it might be because you know that their actions are indefensible. I don't want anyone to pity Palestinians. I want leaders of our cities, states, and nation to finally realize that if we don't hold people accountable for their crimes, then we're waiting for the next atrocity to be repeated over and over again. Mayor, if you pass this resolution, you may not be invited again to the interchange program in Israel that you took part in last spring for the week-long trip of seminars. I can't imagine what you would want to learn and implement in the city of Greensboro from an apartheid and racist regime. This community is here today demanding that the council pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire because we value truth, we value justice, and we value the liberation of all Palestinians and all people. We need collective action right now. This resolution needs to be passed right now. Free Palestine.
One more. The next speakers, Lynn Satawi, Armani Assad, and Nada Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Tasbih. I'm here to ask Greensboro City Council to pass a resolution demanding a ceasefire and end the siege on Gaza. Gaza is 25 miles long and 6 miles wide. This tiny coastal enclave is one of the most densely populated places on earth. A city home to approximately 1.8 million Palestinians who are now refugees in their own home. The population of Greensboro is around 300,000, which is about 5% of Gaza's population. Today, the death toll in Palestine is 20,000 people. In 60 days, 20,000 Palestinians killed. That is 5% of Greensboro's population. Palestinians should not be forced to go against their core beliefs, displaying their martyred family members or the limbs of babies and children or the blood of their loved ones on every public platform in order to prove the war crimes being committed against them. I'm sure you wouldn't appreciate showing your loved ones' bodies covered with blood and ash on social media just to prove you have the right to live. Would you, City Council? How many more Palestinians will be killed for you to conceptualize the magnitude of this crisis? I strongly urge you to condemn the illegal war crimes Israel has committed in the last 60 days and 75 years. However, the rules of violence change based on who you are and what you look like and if the media decides you're worthy of humanity. Does this preclude Palestinians? Greensboro Mayor Nancy Barakat Vaughn and Council Member Dr. Goldie Wells invited the community to pause for a day of prayer and reflection in response to the increase in homicides and gun violence this calendar year. How ironic. Council members, do not be void of empathy or consciousness. Your silence on Gaza is deafening to your complicity on Israel's crimes. Yet you have the ability to use your voice, your power, and your influence to stand with humanity, to stand with Palestinians. The least we can do is demand a ceasefire, and the least you can do is oblige by your fellow constituents and pass a resolution ending the siege on Gaza now. Your solidarity needs to be as loud as your silence has been. Thank you. Free Palestine.
My name is Lynn Zatawi. I'm a proud Palestinian. As a lifelong resident of Greensboro, a city I've loved and bragged about my whole life, I refuse to let my community members remain silent while the country that holds my roots burns. 2008 is my earliest memory of protesting the streets of Greensboro for a free Palestine, for an end to the war on my people. I remember being old enough to lead chants, and now I'm old enough to speak out. If I, at 23, can understand the importance of using my voice to speak out against injustice, what exactly is stopping you, City Council, when you have more of an impact than myself right now? Every year, the protests feel the same, redundant and almost useless. But this year is not like any other. This year, our protests have been the most diverse I've ever seen. We're not just Arabs and Muslims screaming into a void. We have people from all communities, all backgrounds, groups such as Jewish Voice for Peace and Black Lives Matter coming out to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Because this is not a religious issue, this is not an isolated conflict. This is a genocide on a densely populated city in Palestine caused by the US-funded and backed nation of Israel. Not country versus country, country versus 2 million Gazan civilians. If you don't know by now, we stand on a sidewalk off Wendover because we want as many citizens of Greensboro to see and hear us directly. In past years, this results in a lot of boos, middle fingers, and horrible slurs. But this year, I have never heard so many car honks in support, seen thumbs up, or any other sign of solidarity as people drive by. The tide is turning, and it's time for you to stand with your Palestinian constituents as we demand Greensboro to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire and an end to the siege on Gaza. I know you know the facts. I know you've seen the destruction and terror. I know you've heard the cries of hundreds of children, mothers and fathers in Gaza. I'm tired of having to beg people to care and to show humanity. One of your own has family in Gaza. Councilwoman Mary Kay Abu Zaitar, I'm so sorry for your loss. Each family and member in Gaza is in our prayers. I know you yourself are not going to single-handedly end this war or free Palestine. But look at all these people in this room, your Palestinian citizens and allies that would greatly appreciate your support and need your voices. We're starting small, just locally, and if enough councils nationwide pass resolutions, imagine the greater impact we can do. Erica Chenoweth, a political scientist at Harvard University, has studied and proven that it only takes 3.5% of a population to ensure serious political change. Greensboro should be included in that percentage. Do not be silent and do not be complicit. If you can justify killing innocents, ethnically cleansing an entire population, and pushing people out of their homes, then please, by all means, do not pass this resolution. But if you have a heart and care about humanity, I don't understand why you'd remain silent. Ceasefire now and free Palestine. Thank you.
My name is Amani. I'm a Greensboro native and have lived my entire life in this city. Along with being an American-born citizen, I am also Palestinian. If you had asked me 60 days ago, I would have told you I was proud to be a Palestinian American. But now, I'm kind of embarrassed, and it's not due to my heritage. I'm here today with my fellow friends and peers to demand that the City of Greensboro stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people of Gaza, who are currently facing a campaign of ethnic cleansing and collective punishment by the illegal apartheid state of Israel. We the people demand that the City of Greensboro stand in solidarity with oppressed people everywhere. According to the UN, collective punishment is considered a war crime under international law. This is just one of many war crimes Israel has committed and continues to commit on the people of Palestine, both in the Gaza Strip as well as the West Bank. On October 11th, our own councilwoman, Kathy Manning, tweeted, and I quote, "I will continue to work with my congressional colleagues to support Israel and ensure that they have the resources they need to defend themselves." What exactly is Israel defending themselves from when they storm hospitals, bomb cancer wards, level entire neighborhoods, and cut off electricity and gas, leaving newborn babies to die? May I ask, what exact resources are you responsible for? Is it the illegal white phosphorus being dropped in the middle of heavily populated areas in Gaza, or perhaps you and your colleagues provided Israel with the butterfly ammunition used on innocent civilians and children? The atrocities committed on the Palestinian people are not limited to what I've mentioned, nor did they only just begin on October 7th. In response to our peaceful protest outside her office, Kathy Manning had her spokesperson say that our city's priority is supporting Israel and bringing the hostages home. Does that also include the more than 5,000 Palestinian hostages Israel has detained? Or is our priority only to the illegal apartheid state? On November 16th, Israeli Defense Forces stormed the Palestinian town of Jenin, destroying roads and sealing off its citizens from being able to receive medical care, food, and water. Jenin is a part of the West Bank. Hamas has nothing to do with the West Bank. How do you justify that? You don't. This is the most documented genocide in our history. How do you justify all the videos being aired of IDF soldiers abusing Palestinian civilians, children's faces being blown off, entire bloodlines being wiped out? In school, we are taught to pledge our allegiance to the flag, in which the last line of the pledge promises liberty and justice for all. So where, council, is our justice? As our elected officials, you have the ability to empower your residents and let us have a say to how we use our tax dollars. We demand the City of Greensboro to take this seriously and to fight ethnic cleansing and apartheid everywhere and advocate for dignity and justice for all. You do have the power to pass a ceasefire resolution right here in Greensboro. We demand the City of Greensboro join other places like Richmond, California, and even Carborough, North Carolina, in signing the resolution that calls for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. I'll leave you with this. Come next election, I, along with many of my peers who are standing on the right side of history, will remember the actions that you take today. Thank you.
After our next speaker, Matha Ali, Suleiman Kabia, Yara Youssef.
Hello, my name is Nada. I'm a Palestinian American and a lifelong resident of Greensboro. I am here to request that the Greensboro City Council pass a resolution that demands an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, urging for humanitarian aid to reach all of Gaza and an end to the blockade in Gaza. I never wanted to know what the inside of a child's skull looked like. I never wanted to witness infants in the NICU suffocate to death due to the restriction of fuel in hospitals. I never wanted to look into the eyes of parents who are childless, and children who are parentless, knowing that my tax dollars funded the missiles that killed them. Even if I wanted to forget, I couldn't. The slaughtering and suffering for Palestinians will never be, will forever be engraved in my mind, and I am forever changed by it. But what I honestly can't get over or never imagined was a world where our leaders and the people who have the power to stop this remain complicit in the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Silence is what fuels hate. We have seen the media play a role in dehumanizing and villainizing Palestinians, especially Palestinian men. This hate is what inspired a man in Vermont to shoot 3 young Palestinian college students wearing the kufiyyas and speaking a mixture of Arabic and English as they walked down the street. No words were exchanged. The gunman took one look at them, walked down his porch stairs, and opened fire. One of the victims, Hisham Awartani, a student at Brown University, is paralyzed from the chest down as a result of a bullet lodged in his spine. Here's what he had to say. It is of no importance that the person who shot me was not Israeli, because the hate that made this possible was made in Israel. It dehumanized Palestinians on an industrial scale and was sent to the US in neat little airwave packages. This hate is what makes the ongoing genocide in Gaza acceptable. A Palestinian is not human when he walks through the prison-style rotating doors, gets randomly selected for a search in Jerusalem, or standing behind the bulletproof glass having his passport checked. He's no longer human. The pain of the Palestinian is not understood because to them, we simply cannot feel pain. I can assure you, as a Palestinian, I can feel pain. Passing this resolution is the first step towards justice. Change has to start from somewhere, and no step is too small. I and everyone else who has spoken about this issue urge you to follow the City of Greensboro and demand a ceasefire. As a community, we can no longer stay silent about the horrors that we are witnessing. The City of Greensboro is no stranger to fighting injustice, as we saw in the 1960 sit-in. Let us continue to fight. Let us continue to use our voices. And I urge you to please use yours. Ceasefire now.
Maithali. Write my name on my leg, Mama. Don't add any numbers like when I was born or the address of our homes. I don't want the world to list me as a number. I have a name and I am not a number. Write my name on my leg, Mama. When the bomb hits our house, when the walls crush our skulls and bones, our legs will tell our story. How there was nowhere for us to run. This was written by a child in Gaza. Palestinians are writing their names on their forearms and their legs so they can be identified after being murdered by Israel's ruthless carpet bombing. What if this was your child? The level of destruction that we're seeing is beyond words. It's unimaginable. Can you imagine carrying your child's remains in a plastic grocery bag? Can you imagine carrying a baby in your womb longer than you get to carry it in your arms? Children are burying one another. Council members, I am speaking as your Palestinian American constituent and on behalf of Muslims for a Better North Carolina to pass a resolution that supports the call for an immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza at minimum. Are certain lives worth defending? Are certain lives deserving of justice, of freedom, of dignity? May I remind you of the many humanitarian organizations that have called out Israel's crimes against humanity and their breach of international law, not only since October 7th, but for decades before. And may I remind you of Greensboro's long and proud history of standing up for justice. Our city was pivotal in the beginning of the civil rights movement when 4 black college students sat down at Woolworth's just around the corner to challenge segregation. Well, we're here today to challenge the brutal genocide and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And council members, I come to you today because our federal government has failed us. But you have immense power. We voted for you and put you in a position of power to be our voice and to represent us. So represent our cry for justice. Represent our cry for an immediate ceasefire. Unprecedented times call for unprecedented courages. I invite you to join us on the right side of history again. And I leave you with one question. Will you continue to uphold the city's legacy of justice and humanity, or will you begin a new chapter of complicity and genocide? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm a representative from the Muslim community, and I have had...
Could you give us your name?
Oh, sorry. Sulaiman Kabia. I'm a representative from the Muslim community, and I have had the opportunity to consult with some of my Palestinian brothers and sisters on what our message should be to the council and to the community. So I would like to begin by echoing their message. Firstly, I would like to remind the community to keep our Palestinian brothers and sisters in your prayers constantly, because no matter who ignores us, God is always listening. And I also encourage everyone here to use your voices and use your social media to advocate for and be the voices of the Palestinian people who have been cut off from the rest of the world. Right now, we are seeing terror like the world hasn't seen in decades. And in the face of terror against Muslims, for some reason, we are losing our consistency and our definitions. Terror used to be defined by actions. But now it is being defined by who is involved, not by what they are doing. The right to defend no longer applies to all those being attacked, but now depends on which group is being attacked. Being in prison no longer requires a criminal court, and human rights originally developed to protect individuals no longer even applies to children. Killing innocent men, women, and children is only a crime depending on their geographical location. The fight for women's rights only has a voice depending on which religion she represents. Occupation has become a matter of perspective. Genocide and ethnic cleansing is being justified under the flag of freedom. So you see, words and definitions don't matter, and don't matter to the world anymore. Only authority does. And because of this, our leaders have turned a blind eye to the murder of over 20,000 Palestinians, over 8,000 of them children, over 4,000 of them women, and over 95% of them being civilians. Even if we were to accept all the lies and fabrications coming out of Jerusalem and from Netanyahu's administration, and even if we want to ignore all of the atrocities committed by Israel since May 14th, 1948, we can't blame it on Hamas anymore. Make no mistake, this is a blatant genocide. So I urge you to stand in solidarity with those being oppressed and not with the oppressors. I urge you to pass a resolution to call for a permanent ceasefire to stop the senseless killing of our Palestinian brothers and sisters, and I urge you to call for our leaders all the way up the chain of command to hold Israel accountable for their war crimes. And know this, know that the Palestinian people have not given up hope in their Lord, and that they have not despaired, and neither have we. Because a day is coming when justice will come.
Thank you.
And I urge you to pass this resolution so that you're not on the wrong side of history when that day comes. Thank you for your time. Free Palestine.
After our next speaker, we have Roman Reyes, Juna Cassis, Juliana Ganem, and Naima Say that again. Yeah, Saeed. Okay. If you would give us your name.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yara Youssef, and I'm a proud Palestinian. But today is not about me. It's not about making my voice heard. It's not about wanting you to hear my thoughts. Let me tell you the words of people in Gaza. The words of the people we are demanding you to call and pass the resolution of a ceasefire for. Please don't take her from me. My daughter does not belong in a fridge. She never liked the cold. Mother. She is the soul of my soul. Grandfather. He is like a brother. He just had his wedding. What am I going to do? Best friend. Don't lie to me. I know my mother is dead. I knew it from her hair. They killed my mother. Why? Daughter. I want her to get up, and I'll get her a gift if she does. Baby brother. I am sorry I couldn't protect you, my son. I couldn't protect you. Don't leave me. Father. I love you, don't leave me, my life. What should I do? Wife. He was screaming, he was trapped. I called out, but there was no response. He stopped. Child. Do they see us? We are recording our deaths. Do they see us dying? A human. Where is his head? Where is his head? Where is his head? Where is his head? This was the only sentence a father was able to repeat after shown the headless body of his son. These are the words from videos that will be embedded into my head forever. These are the words of innocent families who are experiencing the worst pain one can endure, losing a loved one. Over 15,000 innocent lives were stolen, almost half being children, the most common age being 5 years old. These innocent children did not deserve this. These innocent children whose lives were stolen from them. These innocent children who have never had a sense of normalcy. These innocent children who are being pulled out of the rubble and cannot stop shaking because of fear. These innocent children who are left to carry on their families' names. These innocent children who roam hospitals' halls looking for their parents, only to find out that they were martyred. In Gaza, newborn babies are given their death certificates before their birth certificates. Let me say that again. In Gaza, newborn babies are given their death certificates before their birth certificates. This is the reality of children in Gaza. But you have the power right now to stand on the right side of history and change this. You have the power to stand against the illegal apartheid state of Israel. I will see a free Palestine in my lifetime, and I will do everything I can to see a free Palestine. But I'm hoping to have you stand with us to see this through. And I'm calling on the members of the City Council to pass a resolution to call for an immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
My name is Roman Reyes. 3 years ago, I interviewed a Palestinian mother who only went by the name Sad Mother because of how giving away her real identity would make her a threat. With her husband in Israeli prison for peacefully protesting in the March of Return, she had no income to support her children and had been reduced to begging. And so I organized a fundraiser to help her pay for a medical expense. She only needed $100. And a few weeks ago, when the bombing of Gaza started, she texted me after 3 years, begging me to help her because the house she had lived in had been destroyed. That is how desperate the situation in Gaza is. To think that 3 years later, she's going to remember a random college kid who interviewed her for a blog article and helped her get $100. Yet the gratitude she expressed to me was like as if I had bought her a Maserati. Because I may be the only foreigner who has ever offered her aid, and I'm probably the only foreigner who has ever told her story. And this time, I didn't send her any help. All I did was tell her that I would send money through an organization, and the fact that I let her down breaks my heart, makes me disgusted with myself, and maybe I shouldn't be forgiven for it. But I'm worried what will happen if I tried to send money in a war zone and it does not get to her. At the time I wrote this, the estimated death toll was 15,200. And we now know, due to reporting from 972 magazine, that Israel has sophisticated AI technology to know almost exactly how many civilians it's killing when it bombs buildings. It knows the locations of Gaza's residents, who's a militant, who's a civilian, and it chooses to kill the civilians anyway. So I want you to think about how dangerous it is that the U.S. has callously normalized the civilian death toll by saying that these are collateral damage deaths. No, these are lives. What will that lead to? Israel's method of fighting Hamas is carpet bombing large segments of Gaza while blocking humanitarian aid from entering. This shows just how much they care about reducing collateral damage. Because the truth is that Palestinian life has been made the cheapest and most expendable by the inaction of world leaders. That same 972 investigation found that in one case, Israel gave the green light to allow the killing of hundreds of civilians as collateral damage just to target a single Hamas operative. When people like UN officials are resigning to protest the Gaza slaughter, and 100 members of the U.S. State Department have signed on to a memo urging the Biden administration to deter its support for Israel's war, you cannot tell me that Greensboro City Council cannot do the very bare minimum to take a stance against what is obviously not a proper war at all, but a high-tech massacre. I implore you to think about where we are. on the same block as the International Civil Rights Museum, which I'm sure generates lots of tax revenue for this city. Think what a disgrace it would be for the history books to write that Greensboro, the city that sparked the American Civil Rights Movement, didn't speak out against a possible genocide. What happened to injustice everywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you.
My name is Dina Cassis, and I stand here today to call on the Greensboro City Council to stand in solidarity with the Palestinians in Gaza who are currently facing a genocide, and to call for a permanent ceasefire, as a 4-day pause is not enough. This is not something that has been occurring since October 7th, but rather something that has been taking place for over 75 years, and yet nothing has changed. In the summer of 2014, during the war on Gaza, I had the privilege of visiting Palestine, something that many Palestinian Americans like myself are unable to do. During this visit, I watched the news from an unbiased perspective for the first time. I saw coverage of kids my age suffering and having to deal with the atrocities done by Israel. While I was young and didn't fully understand the situation, what I repeatedly saw on the news and witnessed firsthand while visiting Palestine had traumatized me. Israel takes the life of one Palestinian child every 10 minutes in Gaza. Since October 7th, Israel has killed over 20,000 Palestinians, with over 8,000 of them being children, with thousands more still under the rubble unaccounted for. Nearly half of the Palestinians that have been killed were in the southern part of Gaza, the area in which Israeli authorities claimed was a safe zone. With this being said, there is absolutely no such thing as a safe place in Gaza. Israel has also cut off water supplies, leading to more deaths among Palestinians, especially young children. As a result of the water shortage, more and more children are dying from thirst and hunger, and due to the lack of fuel caused by Israel's constant attacks, all of the Palestinian hospitals in northern Gaza are out of service, putting patients at an extremely high risk of death, as well as causing 39 premature babies to be removed from their incubators. Israel has continued to bomb multiple hospitals, as well as churches, mosques, refugee camps, homes, and so much more, taking the lives of civilians who are absolutely defenseless. Mind you, Gaza and Greensboro are the same size, so imagine Greensboro being bombed every day for almost 2 months straight and enduring an absolute genocide, while the world turns a blind eye. Israeli officials even publicly announced their intentions to commit genocide. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated, "We will turn them into rubble." The head of the Israeli military, Yoav Gallant, announced, and I quote, "We are putting a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas, it's all closed. We're fighting animals and acting accordingly. The United States is obligated to take any available measures to prevent genocide according to international law. The United States instead funds the Israeli military with over $3.8 billion annually, and in addition, President Biden wants to send another $14.5 billion. All the money given to Israel could be funding more essential things that could benefit the U.S., such as housing, healthcare, and education, but instead is used to fund an army that continues to take the lives of innocent people. I, an American citizen, am not okay with my tax dollars being used to fund a genocide, and I will continue to push for a permanent ceasefire. But a ceasefire is the bare minimum, but I will not stop talking until Palestine is free.
Juliana Ganem. I could stand here in front of you today and list out all the numerous war crimes the settler colony Israel has committed in just the last 60 days, like decimating over 80% of the Gaza Strip, which is only larger than Greensboro by 4 square miles, and indiscriminately bombing and massacring over 21,000 Palestinian civilians, injuring thousands more and traumatizing millions more. But that's the thing. None of us need to stand here today and educate the Greensboro City Council on the history of the ongoing 75 brutal-year occupation and apartheid of Palestine, or even try to convince you that it's a genocide, because you already know. That's the problem. You already know about the mass murdering and the ethnic cleansing going on, but the truth doesn't serve your political agenda, so instead, you do nothing. You sit back, post a prayer for the oppressor, and then go silent while actively funding and supporting the complete eradication of Palestine and its people. But instead, I'm here to ask you all a question. Why did you get into politics? Was it to help people, to be a voice for your community, to change the world? Or was it to be bought off and pressured into silence into supporting a genocide? Why did you aim for a position to represent a people when you had no real intention of doing so? For the past 2 months, we have been begging and demanding you to join the entire rest of the non-Western world in passing a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. We've been protesting in the streets, we've been protesting outside government offices, even at Christmas festivals, all just to be seen and heard by you, which we were, to then be continually ignored by you, again, the people who we elected in positions of power to represent us. So here's my promise to you. If you do not hear us now and call for a permanent, immediate ceasefire and all humanitarian aid to be allowed into Gaza, I and everyone in this room will make it our personal missions to ensure that come next election, none of you will have a seat at this council again. Also, not so surprisingly, the U.S. government recently and incorrectly passed House Resolution 888, which falsely and dangerously conflates Zionism with Judaism. Let's be clear. Zionism is a racist, genocidal political ideology, while Judaism is a religion that has been stolen and twisted into religious justification for genocide by Israel, the UK, and the USA against the very clear and expressed wishes of the majority of the international Jewish community. Isn't it written somewhere in our own Constitution, something about separation of church and state? Resolution 888 deems any speech against the genocidal terrorist government of Israel as anti-Semitic. This could not be further from the truth. Inherently, Zionism is anti-Semitic and Israel is anti-Semitic. So please, use the power we gave to you to demand an immediate permanent ceasefire in Palestine, demand Israel to stop blocking aid from entering Gaza, a complete and total end to the 75-year occupation of Palestine, an immediate release of all of the thousands of Palestinian hostages currently wrongfully kidnapped and imprisoned by the IOF, and to speak out against the dangerous House Resolutions 888 and 894, which actively censor our constitutionally protected right to free speech. Use your voice to demand an end to all U.S. aid and funding to the racist, terrorist, apartheid colony Israel, who's already broken 28 UN resolutions in just 60 days, and whose own elected officials have publicly, for the record, called for the total annihilation of Gaza and its citizens multiple times. They're not denying it's genocide, so why are you? Use your power, make us heard, make this happen. Otherwise, what on earth are you doing here?
I believe this is our last speaker who has signed up. If I have missed somebody, if you could go to the courier, but as of this point, you'll be our final speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Naima Saeed. I'm a Palestinian Italian American. I am born and raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. This is home to me, no matter where I go. And I always felt peace and safe here. But I'm not here to speak on myself today. I'm here to speak on a friend in Gaza who has spoken to the people of North Carolina multiple times, and it's a shame that I have to reiterate more from my friend over there for the minimal communication that we have. So this is for him. In the name of freedom and peace, in the name of humanity and consciousness, we are the people of Palestine throughout history and to this day, and we are under the weight of the injustice occupation that practices the ugliest forms of crimes and massacres before the eyes of the silent world. We are the Palestinian people who demand their most basic rights stipulated in all humanitarian agreements, and we demand the most basic rights, which is to live in peace. I am talking to you, and I am a community activist. What is the fault of my children and the children of the community in this war? What is the fault of our mothers? What is the fault of our wives? We should have woken up every day to the sound of birds chirping, but now we wake up to the sound of cannons and the remains of children. What sin has my 5-month-old daughter committed as she cries all day until we cannot provide her with a breastfeed of milk? What sin has my child Abdullah committed to live in a state of shock and I cannot do anything for him, even by treating him for terror and panic, and he cannot sleep? What sin did my mother commit with tears in her eyes every day? What sin did my neighbor, the child who suffers from a disability, commit when she dreamed that I would take her to a rehabilitation center in order for her to learn and provide her with the most basic rights, which is to live in safety? Allow me to tell you through my friend, me. We are not well here, and the wound is very, very deep. I just want to see my children like yours. I just want them to drink good water and good food. For 48 days, that's the last time we spoke, we have been eating everything that is contaminated and unfit. I speak to you with an aggravated heart, which has witnessed all this destruction and arrogance practiced by this unjust occupation that has no mercy on humans, stones, or trees. I am speaking to you while I'm among those who left their homes and have become rubble. His home had become rubble. I am speaking to you while I am crying over all the painful memories. I am talking to you as I adopt a 1-year-old girl who has lost her entire family. They still do not know her name. I swear the pain is very, very great. But on this earth, which is worth living, I ask you to provide the minimum requirements of life for those people who have lost everything. Some here lost everything they owned. He will remain in shelters that are not suitable for anything. I appeal to your compassion and heart, living consciousness that if you lived one day among us, you would know what it means to cry from your hearts and not from your eyes. We cry out to you with blood for our children. Thank you.
Sorry, I believe those are all the speakers who have signed up, so at this point, we will close the speakers from the floor. Mary Kay?
I know that our city council cannot sway the minds of governments. That is the unfortunate part of this. I have already spoken to several of my council members that we are going to work on some kind of draft to address situations. Unfortunately, I don't know if our request for a ceasefire will work. However, I am willing to try to draft one. And I would like to read what I would like to consider. Give me just one moment. I know that I first want to mention something about family. We've all spoken about family, but I want to tell you about our family. Miriam, age 99. Muhammad, age 33. Adim, age 30, female. Miriam, female, age 7. Iman, female, age 6. Munir, male, age 2. Isa, male, age 30. Najah, female, age 22. Yahya, male, age 1. Munir, male, age 57. Rasmiya, female, age 52. Aya, female, 21. Muhammad, male, 16. Inas, female, age 24. Selma, female, age 6 months. How would you like to be told you need to split your family to go to 2 regions in the hopes that one of them would survive? That's what we've had to do. When everyone was told to go south, part of our family went to Rafah. The other part of the family stayed in Jabalia. We're sitting here in the United States feeling so helpless. We don't know what to do. We can't go through our daily life in the morning until we hear that they survived the night. They don't always survive the night. So far, we know that this part of our family is alive. We've already lost 100 cousins, second cousins, people who have had nothing to do with the political issues that are going on over there. This is the sadness. So yes, I'm going to give a draft to my fellow council members, and I do hope that we can come to agree that we need to pull together on this, and we need all sides to be in on this. We need to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Sure, you can say one side started it, this side started it, it goes back in history, it does this. All I know right now is that it is killing my family. It is killing the family that took me in 47 years ago. My husband's brother, superintendent of schools, as was said, there's no schools. His 99-year-old mother had to be taken 6 hours in a wheelchair to get to Rafah. That is cruel. And now we don't know if she's going to survive. Probably at her age, no. But she's willing to die. She wants to see everyone else leave. And I'm not going to get into a lot of other things, but we can't even get them to the United States. We've tried over the years. There are so many hurdles, so many hoops to jump through. So that's a whole nother story. But, you know, I am going to present a draft to my fellow council members, and I do hope that we all can come together. And yes, we need our Jewish friends in to assist us as well. Palestinians and Jews got along for a long time, lived side by side, and we need everyone in on this to ask the governments to please stop. Thank you.
You know, I did get to spend a short time in Israel, and Mary Kay, you talked about, I listened to you, now you listen to me, please. I had the opportunity to go to Israel, and Mary Kay, you just talked about people living side by side. I saw firsthand that Jews and Palestinians are living side by side in Israel. This is awful for everybody, for our Palestinian friends and for our Israeli friends. You know, the comments that were made today, we truly take to heart. I believe that they were all given from the heart, and they were meant to share their pain and give us guidance on where you want to go. As Mary Kay said, this issue is a lot bigger than all of us. We are a welcoming city. We are glad that you're here, and we're glad that you feel safe enough to be able to give your opinion and to make your demands. So for that, I want to say thank you. I want to thank you for coming out this evening.
I look forward to the draft of the resolution, and if I may help you in any way, I will.
And Mary Kay, I will say that I will also look forward to that draft and look forward to supporting it. This is truly about humanity. It is bigger than us. It's bigger than most of us, all of us together here. It's just important that we serve as the representatives of the people of our wonderful city, and the people in our city are hurting. And it's important that we use our voice for humanity. And so, therefore, I look forward to the draft of the resolution and look forward to continuing to support the residents of our community.
I've been impressed tonight by all of the speeches. And being a former educator, I know teachers that heard their students are very proud. Those were excellent speeches. The speeches were done eloquently, and they touched the heart. As we sit here as city council members, we listen to what you say. We hear you because we're human. We know what it is to lose family members. So we feel your pain. You know we represent all the people of Greensboro. We have just as many people probably on the other side as on your side. So it puts us in a position that we have to try to make a choice. And someone said something about us asking for prayer in our city. We feel for people abroad, and we feel for people in our city, but it's all about human life. And we are very concerned about it. Now, I don't know, I've done some kind of researching about other cities that have done resolutions. They say that they've done them from, there were 3 cities in Michigan. They have them in Georgia, and I think maybe just one city in North Carolina. And when it comes to the legal side, they really don't have weight. But I think it just shows that you have that support. So as far as what I think, I know we represent all of the people in Greensboro, and we feel for all of the people in Greensboro. And I heard you. I heard you, and I heard your heart. Now, the resolutions don't carry weight legally. That's what the experts say. It's just showing a support. And of course, we don't believe in killing, whether it's in Greensboro or whether it's over in the other countries. So I believe that our council will collaborate. But we're not ready for a resolution tonight. We have to collaborate. We have to do what's best for the council and for the city. This is a welcoming city. This is a city where we believe in human rights and civil rights. So we will consider those speeches. I know I will consider the speeches that I've heard.
I just want to say one more thing, and this probably isn't going to be real popular, but I appreciate the passion that's in the room and the commitment to your cause. I just wish we saw this commitment to gun violence in our community. I wish there were people who were outraged and marching. No, I'm not reading the room. I'm reading the city. I'm sorry.
Let's not disrupt, please. Please, please. I want to get this resolution done at some point.
You know, as I was saying, and I know this is slightly off topic, but I really wish we saw this kind of outrage when we're looking at 70 homicides in our community, when we're talking about friends and family in our community, people that we know, the gun violence that we see, the rise in domestic violence. I wish some of this passion would equate to what's going on in our city, where we can make a difference, where you can make a difference, where you can march for peace and less gun violence, where you can come and speak before council and you can go to community groups, where change can truly be made. So maybe we'll do a resolution and we'll send it off and it'll end up in the circular file like everything else. But look at your own city. Look at where we can make a difference. And where is that outrage?
You know, I really wasn't going to comment tonight, but, you know, I do appreciate those who came to speak to us. But I want to talk about, you know, my personal situation, too. My husband, my in-laws, and my sister-in-law and one cousin were the only Jewish survivors of their family during the Holocaust in Austria. So, you know, this is fairly close and meaningful to me as well. The Jewish people deserve to be safe in Israel. And what we saw happen several months ago now was really the worst news that we've seen since the period of the Holocaust in the 40s. So war is terrible. It harms mostly innocent civilians, and that's the worst aspect of it. But you know, I think we've certainly heard you tonight and listened to you, and we will certainly have some conversation and consideration regarding really what's going on and how all sides are being affected by the tragedy of what's going on in the tragedy of what's going on in the Middle East right now.
Sorry, that is the end of the speakers from the floor presentation. We are now moving on to our consent agenda, which are items G1 through G7. G2 has been removed. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. Issa, I understand that. Issa, please. And that passes 8-0. Hearing to change the effective date for the previously approved short-term rental ordinance, and that is simply just pushing it out 3 months. And it doesn't do anything to change the short-term, it's just is helping with enforcement. So it's moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded. Vote. Mary Kay is recorded as a yes.
Councilmember Holston.
And that passes 8-0. We now move on to the general business portion of our agenda. We have 2 items. Item I-1 is a resolution to authorize a contract with Axon Enterprise, Inc. in the amount of $34,756,639 for records management system and the equipment bundled contract. And I know that Chief Thompson is here and can speak on this item. I do want to say, when I first heard of records management, I really thought that that's just what it was. It was a way for us to manage our records. But one of the ride-alongs that I've done recently, the officer that I was with said that he was really looking forward to this RMS because it will change the way that their computers work that they have in the cars, and it will give them more details. It will allow them to access more information. And like many computers that are 20 years old, theirs have begun to slow down a little bit. And this will really be a resource for not only for regular files, but for our officers on the road.
Yeah. I didn't know if there were any questions. Is it on?
I think for $34 million, you should give a couple of statements.
Yeah. No, really, okay. What's unique about this contract, one, is not just the amount, but the timeline of the contract is for 10 years. So our existing records management system, we've had for almost 20 years. It's a platform that is not being supported anymore by the vendor, and so there's a point where if this does not function anymore, then I won't say we won't function as a police department, but we will not be able to understand. We won't be able to take reports. We won't be able to use any records or files, any information requested about incidents that happen in the city we can't report on. Effectively, we can provide a response, and that would be it. We would show up. We wouldn't have any mechanism to take reports, to track data, or do anything of that nature. And it was interesting because we were having a conversation. If you look back 20 years ago, do you remember the cell phone you had? 20 years ago, it was probably a flip phone or maybe a Nokia flat-faced type of a phone. That's essentially the technology that we have now that we've been using the last 20 years. So part of the cost of the contract comes with the fact that not only the last 5 years we've seen costs grow exponentially for technology, but we're talking over a 20-year period. What we want to do is leverage a 10-year contract so that we'll know for the next 10 years what our cost is going to be. And part of the funding that, when we talk about the $34 million, we're contracted right now for about $1.6 million every year for our existing technology not related to RMS, and that will stay the same over the course of the 10 years as well. So we've known, like Axon, which does our BWCs, which does our tasers, our VMCs. When we started the contract, I don't know, it was 10 years ago, it was $200,000. After 5 years, it went to $600,000. We're paying about $1.4 million 3 years later. And so our hope is that we won't get stuck in an inflation trap, and we won't have to come back in 5 years and say, well, the cost has gone up. Now we're going to need $5 million a year going forward. So the other thing that the RMS system does is it leverages our current technology, body-worn cameras. Just a very small example, every video an officer takes, every single video they take, they have to manually go in and tag the video with the case number. They have to designate what camera. Was it your body-worn camera? Was it the front vehicle camera? Was it a rear vehicle camera? And then they have to categorize it. Since if we go to Axon, what happens is that automatically syncs with our cameras, and all of those videos are auto-tagged. So there are potentially thousands of hours being saved by utilizing Axon versus other vendors.
So the budgeted cost was around, you said 1.6 million per year, but that's going to stay, but this is 3.4 million a year?
Yeah, so
and
the
I
one
see, Mr. Manager, that there's bond funds. What bond funds are used to pay? It says funded by bond funds and general fund.
So our most recent 2022 bonds included funds for records management upgrades. So some of the bond funds will be used for implementation, and then operating funds will be used on those subsequent years that the chief is referencing.
What bond was that under?
It was public safety bonds. Some went for the headquarters building, and some was for records management. It was passed in 2022.
Okay.
I think it's about 3.5 million that we have that will go to that implementation phase in the first 3 years. And the first year we'll have about a $60,000 need. The second year I think it's 300. The third year it's 400. And so really after that third year is where you see that expense kick in fiscal year 27.
And that doesn't mess up your plan on upfitting the police headquarters for other items such as the camera, and I know you talked about that.
No, we've worked out for the renovation part of the bond that will be utilized, and I think we are comfortable utilizing the amount we have set aside for that.
Okay.
Chief Thompson, quick question. I think you said earlier something about the record system sunsetting, or so what happens after 10 years? After 10 years, can we continue with this organization, or we have to start over?
No, that will be an option when that time comes. I think we would just have to look at the viability of the product and our needs at that time. Any kind of a transition like this, there's a lot of significant implementation cost. I think to Assistant City Manager Davis's point, the majority of that $3.5 million bond money will be spent in the first 3 years because it's heavy on the front end with that implementation cost. After that implementation, then it just becomes a maintenance fee going forward. So we could, if we could negotiate a contract in 10 years to keep with the company going forward, that would be an option. We don't want, because it's so expensive for implementation, we don't really want anything less than a 10-year contract, because then we'd be coming back in 5 years saying, hey, we need $3 million plus the added cost to have the contract going forward.
So it's easier then just to amortize that initial upfront cost over the 10-year time frame, and then make a decision after 10 years.
Yeah.
But this technology should still be available, and you won't be in the lurch, so to speak, after 10 years.
I don't believe so. Axon has really, they've put a lot of effort and money to developing their RMS system. So I think this is going to be a competitive product for many years to come.
Okay, thank you.
Motion. I'm sorry. I had moved by Dr. Wells and seconded by Tammy. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Item I.2 is a resolution to authorize an interlocal agreement for emergency hotel assistance in the amount of $100,000 with Guilford County.
Move the item.
Madam Mayor, can
Yes.
a couple comments?
Mm-hmm.
For numerous reasons, I have consternation about this. I was at the task force meeting where it was arbitrarily said, well, if you do 100, we'll do 100, I'll do 100, everybody does 100. But there's really no plan. I mean, it was just a conversation of doing it where the city's already done a lot. And my issues are, like, is there going to be a percentage of management taken, or is this $100,000 go directly to people that are in need of shelter?
Our intention is for the $100,000 that the City of Greensboro is contributing to go directly towards those hotel stays. The money that we've used already this year for hotel stays, none of that goes to administrative oversight.
Good.
And that would be our intention with the $100,000 we're contributing.
I would love to see that documentation, please.
We have, because there are some contingencies related to High Point and the county agreeing to their portion of it. Obviously, the contract hasn't been written yet, but we have all of those pieces of information clearly understood that will be included in the contract that we ultimately draft.
And I think that's great, and I'd love to see it. Because I'll tell you, and a couple of councilors, and I've shared your story a few times, and some people witnessed it. My really issue is the lack of street outreach and the lack of caseworkers helping. So I finally got somebody to help come to the park with me. And I don't call anybody out, but there's a couple of people sitting up here with me that went. And I introduced this person to one of my friends in the park that has just said, I just want shelter. And she handed him her business card. Now, he is in a wheelchair with one leg cut off. And she said, call me. I'll help you. And he said, okay, all right, all right, I got it. I'll call. And I said, how are you going to call? Do you have a phone? He said, no, I don't have a phone. But I'll call. I'll maybe borrow somebody's. And she said, oh, why don't you come down to my office? He said, where's your office? It's down East Wendover Avenue. He said, all right, I'll come down. Come see me. How's he going to get there? He's in a wheelchair in the park. She's there. All they've got to do is connect. They were there. And that was the response from getting this person the help that he needs. And I got a big issue with that. Mayor, you talk about local. It don't get more local than the center of the city. It's everybody's downtown. And for a caseworker that can get somebody the help that they need, look at that person in a wheelchair with one leg and say, call me, is insensitive. Wheel yourself down East Wendover Avenue. Come to me when you're standing there looking at the person in the eye. So how can y'all tell us that the investment that we're talking about putting into this is actually going to matter? And how do we get folks that may not want to go to other places? They may not feel comfortable going to certain locations. How can we make a proactive approach for the folks that are in need. The person that I showed around met probably 9 people. And she looked at them and said, we can help these folks. They're still living in the park. And every time I go into the park, they're saying, I just want shelter. So this is another Band-Aid approach, in my opinion, that we're throwing money because the county said, we're going to put $100 grand in it, High Point put $100 grand. We've already invested $73,000 roughly. And now we're going to throw another 100 at it because that's a genius idea that we've been talking about, this homeless task force, for a year and a half. And our response is, after a year and a half of doing this, let's just throw another 100 grand at shelter for 28 days probably.
Not more than that, yes.
I mean, folks, a year and a half. Last week, what was it, like 14 degrees? Year and a half we've been talking about this, and the best response, let's just put another 100 grand towards a Band-Aid. It's embarrassing. Meanwhile, I've looked through emails I haven't seen. I know, Michelle, we called each other about the Regency Inn. I don't care if we close on it. We should rent it back like you do when you sell a house. They're not going to start on any construction in the next couple of months. We could activate that space and house people until the end of March. That gives the company that we're selling it to time to get their plans in order and motivate them so they can start April 1st, and we can house folks starting today. I mean, there are options strategically that we can do that we're not doing.
So let me talk about the Regency. One, it's not in our name. We'd have to get permission from who actually owns the building, but don't. Problem is, when the Regency was up last time, when there actually were people in it, there were code issues, and the Regency would not meet code right now. Their plumbing is a disaster. There probably would not be.
That's our fault. We've owned the property. We kicked people out in March. It's been sitting empty since April 1st. We could have worked with Partnership Homes. We gave them a $3 million loan. We came up with $100,000 out of where? Because Skip said, let's put $100,000 in it, so we found $100,000. So why couldn't we find more ARP funds to fix up the Regency and house folks since April 1st? If we didn't do it, we weren't strategic enough. Period. Partner with Partnership Homes.
But they're not going to own it. It's going to step their closing on the building. Our equity transfers
We found that out in May. This was April 1st. We made a strategic error. We let our population down. If it was Partnership Homes, and I talked to Mike Cook last week, we could have figured something out because people die in the heat just as much as they die when it's cold. And if we strategically had a partnership, we could have done something since April 1st. And what I'm asking us to consider strategically, if it's Step Up that gets ownership sometime this month, let's partner with them to house people until they get motivated and ready to go. And we've got the funds because miraculously I've sat up here and I've been on the losing vote an awful lot of times when we have come up with $1.5 million, $2 million to help somebody buy a building on Elm Street. We can find money. We always do. We can fix the pipes at the Regency. We can fix pipes at John Demery. We can house people. I said the other day, I lost a vote on the Pallet Homes. But if it worked, let's buy more. I mean, but the caseworker component, the disconnection, when they looked at my friend in the face and said, call me. They didn't ask if he had a cell phone. Come down to my office in a wheelchair. I mean, there's so many issues that we've been talking about for a year and a half. And our best response is just throw another $100 grand for part-time hotels. It's disappointing. We're not being strategic. And I'm beside myself, if you can't tell, because I have to look at these folks in the face because nobody else is coming down to the park. Nobody else is coming to see these folks. And I look at them in the face and say, I'm trying my best to get you shelter. And I have to keep saying that nobody wants to. So I'm asking you, take some of this money and get the folks in the park some shelter.
So I had a conversation with Bernita exactly about what you said. We were talking about the COC and the case management and how the person went down and introduced themselves. And Bernita said it would be helpful if there was space downtown. And I had forgotten to ask this last week.
Put them in my office.
We have that little space in Central Library that used to be a coffee shop. It was a merchandise thing. I don't know that anybody is in there now. Why couldn't we use that?
Madam Mayor?
Say yes, wasn't it?
Madam Mayor, and this is along your lines addressing Zach's comments about outreach in Center City Park. I know that Zach said that those folks who joined him are yet to be unknown, but I think that Councilwoman Thurman, I can tell you what he was wearing that morning.
Well, I wasn't done with my comments.
But I'll just, okay, I'll hold off then.
Well, so talking about a space, we own the library. I think that portion is empty, and I believe that there was a request made on whether or not that could be rented by one of our partners, and the figure they got back was kind of expensive. And I'm wondering why we can't just do an in-kind, because if it's one of our partners, we're going to end up paying them one way or another. So an in-kind contribution of space is something that I think we could do. I believe it's still empty. I'm not positive. But if somebody could look into that and get back to me so that there could actually be a space there that people would be available. I'm not going to say they'll be available all week, but most of the week. So that takes care of one of the issues of people having to go somewhere, that there's actually a space that they can have desks and chairs and speak to people. So, Mr. Manager, can you get back to me on that?
Absolutely. I know we had offered that up earlier on, I believe so.
But I think we offered it up at a price.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
But we did offer it up, but I think we had offered it up also so we could have personnel there as well, but I don't think that went through, but we'll follow up with you. Yeah. I also have to just quickly say that I completely appreciate Councilmember Matheni's passion about this. I did send an email to Council that while I understand the logic and the rationale for the $100,000 per municipality, High Point, Greensboro, and the county, my apprehension is that it's only going to last 90 days, if that. And if that happens, then what happens next? And so I don't think we need to be in the business of constantly having to slap $100,000 every 3 months or 60 days towards something like this. So the only reason why I feel that this is a good decision at this point in time is because based on conversation with the mayor, Councilwoman Thorne, and internally, we feel that in the agreement that goes with this, we're going to be very specific about which motel our homeless friends will be accommodated during this period of time. The next few weeks are going to be brutal when it comes to the weather. And so whether it's a temporary fix or not, I think it's a good spend, at least over the next few months to be able to accommodate. But we're going to be specific, and I think the next 15 to 30 days, we will come to you with a report of how that's going in terms of how many. I think Michelle will tell you that of the 70-some thousand we spent, we accommodated 48, about 48, including families and individuals. We will have those breakdowns for you as well as how the city's fund is being used and allow you to be able to make a decision as to what's next. But I also believe that our dollars are best spent towards what's more sustainable, so that we're not back here again in 3 months talking about 100,000. We literally had to take that out of an ARP dollar that wasn't going anywhere, and so we feel that it's a good spend. We're not taking it out of any bucket that was assigned or allocated to something else. but it was just available because it was
Mr.
already
Manager,
approved by
the only thing I would ask is, this is something I talk about at every meeting. And I appreciate your comment that you and the mayor and Councilwoman Thurm and Ms. Kennedy had a discussion and you feel good. But since I'm the one that really brings it up every meeting, man, it sure would have been nice to be included so I could give you my input on that local government.
That was not about downtown. It was about
I don't care if it's about
area.
the city. I represent the city. It's not just about downtown.
Just to clarify, in that particular meeting where we had a discussion, we were dealing with a business manager in District 5, and that's how it came up and how it came to be that those of us, the four of us, were in that meeting.
Yep.
So it wasn't a meeting on homelessness. We were talking about another situation in my district that
Was
evolved into
interconnected.
this as being a killing two birds with one stone.
I hate
Yeah,
that.
and
Yeah, I like Burns too, but
Don't say that no more.
all right.
Yeah. And
It handled two problems at the same time.
That's
One
better.
solution.
That's
There you go.
better.
So, Madam Mayor, in addition to your idea comments about the library space, we've always talked about meeting people where they are. In this case, it's Center City Park. We also have another facility that could be used, the Cultural Arts Center, and not necessarily for a fixed location, but something simply to get out of the elements. Just imagine trying to do outreach in the rain or in the cold or the wind or whatever it might be, but just have a place so that you can just have a seat, a table, and a couple of chairs just to do some initial outreach. And I know that our friends and partners of the COC over at Partners Ending Homelessness are primed and ready to actually do that kind of work. They don't need a whole lot. They just need a little bit to just so they can be comfortable, and also their clients can be comfortable,
So-
and
I
maybe
think
have a little bit
that's
of privacy.
Who was thinking about going into the library?
Absolutely. And one more question: are there any city ordinances that currently prevent outreach being done within the park? I know in the past that there's been some comments about groups being on the exterior, but is there anything preventing, Mr. City Manager, groups going into the park that we would have to address to make sure that that type of activity is good and certain?
When you say outreach, do you mean feeding?
Not feeding, no, just outreach.
Okay.
Meeting them where they are, having that conversation, just assessing,
The only
at least
place
initially
that-
assessing their needs.
The only place that outreach is ever prohibited is on private property where a private property owner has indicated they don't want someone on their space. Otherwise, outreach can happen anywhere. And I'll say too, just to this conversation, in terms of a place to have like meetings or whatever, you also potentially could have the option of using one of the pallets. One of those we use as an office at Pomona that can be put up in 2 hours. I need an outlet.
I would use the depot too. You got different segments of folks too. So I think the depot, I think going around is perfect. But waiting for people to come see you, and I know what Hugh's talking about, the perception from our unsheltered folks are that caseworkers that may come down on Wednesdays at 8 o'clock in the morning have to stay on the perimeter. They can't come into the park. And that's a falsehood we've got to correct.
Yeah, and you know, I will say this, that expecting people experiencing homelessness to come to where you are is the exact opposite of outreach. Outreach is intended to be in tent encampments in places where people gather. It is an active process where you have to go to the community. So if at any point, and I don't know what organization that was or who it was, we should never call something that involves expecting people at the lowest level of the poverty spectrum to come searching for us outreach.
Call the question. I need to vote.
All right, so have we voted on that? No. No? Council, please vote. And this is contingent on matching funds from High Point and the county.
That's correct.
That passes 8-0. Thank you. That is the end of our printed agenda. Anybody have a board or commission appointment? Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I just want to say congratulations to Sharon and her grandbaby. Bye.